saying, guys, if a person knows how to do those things, they're being trained as a combatant.
Yes, but let me ask him. Did you put the RPG in his hands to justify killing him, or did he?
No, his father did, and I whooped his father's ass.
Yeah,
Dude, I killed him, and I found out who his parents were, and I literally went and kicked his dad's ass.
Yeah, so
I literally
it's really
whipped,
difficult.
the teeth off him.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu
I
Akbar!
understand what you said. Yeah, go read the Quran.
Good work, sir.
calm down.
Good work. Great
Calm
job.
down.
Yeah.
Why would Muslims have children?
The thing is, doctors, is that there can be an explanation, and maybe...
What surah in the Quran do you want me to read?
Shut up, you criminal. Shut up, criminal. You have
Why would
blood in
Muslims
your
have
hands.
children?
I have the Holy Quran right here.
I don't want you to mute my ears. I don't want you to mute my ears. Hearing a criminal that has blood in his hands.
You ain't got shit. You ain't gonna be shit. You never done shit. Shut the fuck up.
Your parents should be ashamed of you. You have blood in your hands.
I have a lot of blood on my hands. You think that one kid's the only person I killed?
Yeah, you are cursed. You are cursed. Young cursed.
What are you doing?
Let's calm down, guys. He's a mercenary. He works for Blackwater, so it's understandable that he's a psychopath. But let's move on, like, about Venezuela situation.
He's a criminal. That's different.
He's a criminal.
But you let your children go to war, though, Islam. You let your children go to war.
Blood on his hands.
Maduro. Viva Maduro.
I don't like talking with criminals.
Hey, we're about to catch your ass, you little bitch. There's $50 million on your head. We've been figuring this one out. Dude, I've been talking with my buddies about this one. We're trying to figure out a plan right now, bitch.
Or the freedom fighters.
Fuck you, pussy. Fuck you, pussy.
Yeah, first heal from your PTSD, you criminal.
Oh, did you sell any books today or suck any cocks?
Hey, all of you are fucking criminals. Because I don't understand how you're going to put weapons in children's hands. That's crazy.
Now is the time to reflect on why you're in the goo. But first, take a quick moment to take a deep breath. 3 seconds in, 1 second hold, 3 second release. I'll do it with you. Come on. Breathe in. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Hold and release. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy what I heard tonight. Let me ask you something,
Everyone,
bro. Did you feel guilty
should be calm now.
for killing a child? Do you feel guilty or anything?
Did you not hear? He was about to get killed, you schmucks. He shot an RPG at him. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut
I'm
up.
going to write a
Shut up,
book
shut
about
up,
you.
shut up, shut up,
I'm going to
shut up.
publish it in Mecca, you know? Publishing a book in Mecca is really good, you know?
Good,
why?
suck a dick afterwards, faggot.
Yeah, we will talk about rammed ass that rammed your ass for.
You ram it up your ass, faggot.
Yeah, rammed ass rammed your asshole seemed the ultimate cult leader. You guys have, but this is wild.
Yeah, just leave your fantasies out of this, guys.
Now we going wild in here, like.
got killed, they come back, they killed it.
That's right, he was saving his own life, and this little piece of shit Ocean, this faggot bookseller in Mecca, thinks he can talk his shit. He's a fucking loser, doesn't say anything ever. He's a schmuck.
Nah.
Try reading a book sometime instead of sucking dick and selling books, faggot. Read a book, faggot. Don't just sell them and suck dicks. Read a book.
Selling books in Mecca.
Try reading a book.
In Mecca is going to be really good. You know why?
Why? Because everything is illegal, and so when they open up the law, you'll make a lot of money?
No. Because millions visit it every day. So selling books there is going to spread the information really quick.
You don't sell books, faggot.
Did you guys put her in the audience?
Yeah, your image is going to spread really quick in Mecca.
Yeah, sir had to go in the audience.
Because you support criminals.
He know the rules.
You support criminals.
Okay.
No, what it is that sir killed a combatant. You know, you got to know the rules of engagement. If a child picks up a weapon and engages someone, that child's parents should be scorned because you just made your child a combatant. In Vietnam, they found out, you know, Ocean, if you were in U.S. fatigues, most of the KIAs that were done in the first 3 months of engagement, those were children that were single digit. U.S. soldiers were walking up to them, trying to give them food. They had bombs on them. You can lose your life being an idiot. You know, in a combat situation, there are no rules, bro. You have to do what you need to do. What it is that, you know, you got to understand in extreme circumstances, there are no rules. Nothing is right or wrong, you know. Given the correct circumstances, most people in this room would kill a child to defend their family. If there's an 8-year-old kid with an RPG aimed at your house, you're going to blow that little kid away. You know, it is what it is.
Yeah, like, Stu, you got to realize, like, I grew up, my father was a combat medic during Vietnam. You know, that's why I became a combat medic in Iraq. Both my grandfathers were in World War II. One of my grandfathers was one of the frozen chosen in the Korean War. That was my mom's, you know, dad. But, like, you know, and their dads were all a part of this system. Like, we've been doing this thing since, you know, we turned the keys on. You know, and if you think I give a fuck about your age or your ethnicity or your culture, you're wrong. Like, I'm looking at your hands and I'm figuring out your intent. And if you mean harm, you're dead.
Now, the reasons that we're over there you can disagree with, but, you know, like I said, that's a part of a machine that, you know, it is what it is.
You know, it is to protect the Zionist entity, right? It's that. And, like, for resources, but it's also, like, to protect the Zionist entity. People died, and people committed crimes like Sir, and he is facing the consequences of him serving not his own people, but serving an entity that is a criminal that is genociding people as we are speaking.
What crime?
Committing
Because,
criminal
what
acts
crime?
against other countries, like the topic here, like a country that is a sovereign country, a sovereign country that was attacked by the
I never
Zionist
shot at anybody that did not shoot at me first. I mean, I've been shot
talking about,
and I shot the dude in the head.
I'm not talking
I've never
about
shot
that
anybody first.
situation.
So,
I'm not talking about
you want to talk about escalation of force and rules of engagement? You sound like you're talking about either of those fucking terms.
No, there are ethical wars. You know that civilians should not be attacked.
Ocean,
You know that civilians should not be attacked.
Ocean, so I can understand your portion of things, right? So you know this story that happened because I guess Sir shared it for whatever reason. He might have shared it or you did the research and found out, right? I would love to ask you, if you were in the same situation, would you just allow yourself to be blown?
Now, if that happened, I will call out my own people for making me do that from the first place, serving another political
No, we're
entity.
talking
No,
about
I'm talking about in that moment, brother. I'm talking about in that moment.
In the moment, I don't know. I don't know if he is truthful or not. If he is
So let me
truthful
just
and that
tell you though,
person threatened his life,
Excuse me, sir. I just want to let you both know that is the best guidance and the only decider of matters. So for you to judge in that moment what his decision conclusion was, unfortunately, as human beings, this is the type of thing that we do. But brother, please show some grace. He's here now.
I apologize if that is the case. I apologize if the case
Let him say, let him talk, sir. Let him talk. Let him say.
I apologize if the case that he was actually, his life was threatened and the boy's life was not threatened by him. So if he came to the boy and he was in a threatening manner and he had a weapon entering into their village, of course they are going to protect themselves. If that is not the case, if that was not the case, that he was actually a hostile thing towards them, then yeah, he can defend himself. But if he showed hostility first to them, they can defend themselves.
And only he will know in that instance how it really went. And I understand that you feel how you feel, and I may feel the same way too. But only that person that was there will understand between him and his maker what will be the end of the judgment. I feel you, bro.
Dude, I'm fearful when
There's no need to explain further, and I think we should move beyond that because war is something that has been imposed upon humanity for centuries. And on how we deal with it moving forward is it's not for man to decide at the end of your days. You deal with who you deal with, how you deal with who you deal with. That's it.
Why do you think I was telling you before, like, you know, young men fight young men that don't know each other because of old men that do? Like,
Right,
you know,
you should actually publish that on a t-shirt and sell it. Sell that t-shirt and make money.
Oh, you can have it. You can have it.
I want for you to have it, and you can do the next best thing with it, which is the proceeds from that. Whatever you get, put it towards a starving people that are suffering because of war.
I'd give it to a homeless shelter that I know about.
Right, do that because that's an excellent idea. And to the brother that has availability to publish, put it at the end of your book as a you can share that, and at least we can say that as human beings we were able to take something good from the experience of hate and make that one good thing be something people see. Thank you.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, you know, I had anger when I was there. Like, you know, I stopped counting fireflies at 100.
You really don't have to justify or keep talking about it at all. It happened.
But what I'm saying is...
No, I'm interested in hearing, really, I'm interested in hearing, let him express himself. Right? Did you came to them in a hostile way or in a friendly way, and they showed hostility first?
I was going to say something, but thank you for interrupting.
Say it, what you was going to say. He actually wants to hear what you have to say.
They're going to come across as being aggressive. That's a combat unit. What do you think that they're out there for? To hand out flyers? So if you see a gang, it's the very same thing. You should immediately know that that is a aggressive disposition. If you don't take it as that, then you need to leave the area and you're a civilian. If you stay there, you're a combatant. That's what you got to understand. The rules of engagement are very clear. When you see a military coming toward you, if you stand your ground, you are now a combatant. You're saying, I have a fucking problem with you. These are the UN rules of engagement. So what it is that if I see a gang coming toward my house, I'm going to go inside and I'm going to shut my windows and lock my doors. If they breach my security, I'm going to defend myself. If you're on the side of a road shooting an RPG at a moving convoy, you just killed your entire family. That kid that kid right now is in hell rotting, and Sir is on the app living. That's letting you know who God had favor for. He doesn't have favor for the dead. He has favor for the living. He showed grace to
I get it. But let me tell you, when I watch these, like for example, there's the new war that's happening. See how they moved in on the Gaza City, right? They giving these.
We're gonna own that bitch. America's gonna own that motherfucker.
No, that's cool. That's cool. I'm not saying that it's not gonna happen that way. Let me just finish saying this though.
You don't understand the geopolitics
According to what
of it,
Clarence was just saying, right? even the old people that can't get out of the million people that they moving upon and saying, oh, you got by such and such time to get out of Gaza City. Some
Yeah,
people
they
cannot
dropped the
move.
leaflets yesterday. Yeah,
Some people can't. Some people can't move. So you automatically are gonna say that they Hamas.
I know. My unit was in Fallujah.
Yeah, so I'm asking, like, does that mean that they are all available to be murdered? And what if they need to defend themselves? Like,
But,
please don't kill me and my we couldn't leave. I just want to know a straight answer. Are they all available?
Can I answer without you ever talking?
Sure.
Alright, well, I did over 608 dismounted missions within 11 months for over 3,000 miles on foot. I've done more searches for, like, QRF, for HVTs, which are high-value targets. I've done hard knocks, which is like, we ain't asking to come in, we're coming in. Or, like, we have soft knocks, where we're like, hey, how y'all doing? Do you mind if we come in? Like, dude, most Iraqis that I've ever met, they're the nicest fucking people on the fucking planet. And I grew up poor as fucking South Georgia. My mom got pregnant at 15. Like, you know, I know what poor is. You know, and these people are nicer than Southern hospitality. You know, but, like, if you watch the news, and Al Qaeda and all this bullshit, you think everybody's an asshole. You know, I love my Siddiqui. I love my friends. Everybody's a shway. I sound
You're not even answering the question, bro. Like, come on. All I'm saying is this: like in D.C., they have the National Guard going down the streets. They have undercover cops that are going door to door.
They need to.
Yeah. At that moment, when you see that unit, they're coming in an aggressive disposition. Any movement by troops or soldiers like that is automatically. So all you got to do is go inside. If you're staying outside, you're choosing to engage them. Now, like the undercovers, you can say hello. Hey, I live here. I don't want to be a problem. This, that, and the third. But immediately go to a combat unit and talk about constitutional rights is like you walking up to a lion pride in the desert. Who would do that? Who would walk to a group of lions and be like, what are you guys doing here? They are there to kill. Like, don't get that confused. That's why I think the American people have twisted. Our military is not there for your well-being. They're there to kill. So when you see them, if you're ready to engage, go ahead. But if you want to live a peaceful life and be an old man, take your ass inside the house. That's just wisdom, you know?
Well, I mean, that goes back to, like, Sun Tzu's The Art of War. It's like, would you rather would you rather be a warrior in a garden or a gardener in a war?
Stu, if your city is attacked by a foreign country, will you defend your country or you hide?
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to assess the situation. If it's a strong enough force to push through the continental United States, I'm going to hide because that means they have much more resources than I do. This is about being efficient in survival. Let me land what you've been talking all morning, brother. This is about winning the game, and it's about strategy. I would hide for as long as I can hide and engage only when it's a last resort. That's going to give me the best probability of success. They have a larger infrastructure than I do. So, that's how the Viet Cong were so successful. They hid for most of their campaign, except for the Tet Offensive and other stuff like that. But they were the premier dominant people in jungle and guerrilla warfare,
Yeah, but didn't...
This is criminal acts. This is terrorism, right? You know what terrorism is?
Yeah, we can, like I said, we can demonstrate at the end of this, but if you want to stay alive, you don't go poking the bear. That's all that I'm saying. I'm a combat veteran as well.
What does terrorism mean?
Yeah, terror means it's a bully. Yeah, I know. I agree with you, but there's only one way that this is going to get solved. And it's not going to be you demonstrating and complaining. If you have a problem with a militarized unit, be prepared to kill. Because that's what they're there for. Now, if you're not prepared to kill, and if you're not prepared to kill and die, then shut the fuck up. Because you're talking about a conversation about death and violence.
A terrorist, someone who
Look at the guy. Look at the guy that took over his
Vietnam.
Look at the guy that took over his African nation. He did it with blood. He's showing you the way, and the UN is now starting to acknowledge him. That's how you deal with these people.
Oh,
You think that you could talk to this entity, bro? This entity will set you up 5 times before you get done. Yeah, Gandhi's dead, and he's a cuck. The Gandhi was a puppet for the British government. He did nothing for India.
Look, a terrorist is someone who uses terrorizing civilians for political reasons. This is a terrorist, right?
Yeah, how do you engage a terrorist?
Someone who
How do you engage a terrorist?
With my right finger.
Tell me, like, if there is a terrorist in
It's
this
the
room, what would
index
we do?
one.
Don't act like he doesn't make sense. Please. You know damn well. All of you know it. If somebody was attacked, you know.
Motherfucker, dude, you know I got something on me.
You feel me? Like, that part. The problem is with them over there, they'll say, hey, baby, I know you're only 11 years old. Put a gun in your hand.
Hey, my mom got me a BB gun when I was 6. She taught me how to shoot Pepsi cans. And then, like, you know, that was 1981. And then 1988, she bought me a 22 rifle, a Stevenson, bolt action from Sears. And that was my Christmas gift when I was 8 in 88. When I turned 13.
They would never let you actually go on a battlefield.
No, I was
Battlefield?
8. No, that was 83. I wasn't even.
That's what the Muslims do.
Dude, I got a 410 shotgun, so I go quail hunting when I was 10. Like,
Dude, you know how many soldiers feel like, oh God, I had to kill a child. You know how that shit fucks their life up after they leave? Get the fuck out of here. It fucks your brain up, but he has to do it because he got to come home. Why the fuck you got your babies on the fucking ground filled with guns and missiles? Islam.
Dude, the one thing that really fucked my brain up, dude, Liquid, was I was at an open air market, which is like kind of like a flea market, but with like a bunch of canopies, not like a strong overhead canopy, and like a pop up like flea market. And they were like bazaars. And this lady walks in, and she's got her daughter that's in a wheelchair, and her other daughter that can walk, that has Down syndrome. And like and there's a bomb underneath the wheelchair that's underneath her daughter that's in the wheelchair. And it's got a bunch of ball bearings and shit. And then she walked up and she saw, like, we were walking through the market, and there were only like 8 of us, but it literally, like, when she set that bomb off, when she saw us, when she thought she was close enough, she killed 2 American soldiers. She killed 27 Iraqis.
You know, like, what happens is that they don't know that this happens for real. They think they really think that it doesn't happen. Like, they think that you're making it up.
No shit, I was there. No shit, there I was. Back down in Iraq.
They over here talking about, what about the baby? The baby with a gun that's trying to take me away from my fucking family?
Who's they though?
The ones that are stupid enough to try.
Talking about the U.S. in the chat, bro. Stick to Islam, bro.
It's Islam, you know what it is.
Hey Jeremy, I was picking up on you to Butters earlier.
Yeah,
I think
that was horrible.
I think she's the female version of you.
No, she's not.
Yeah, actually, the thing, brothers, too. What I hear is that you are the most reasonable person here on Butters. So the thing is that things are going to get exposed in the near future, right? Things are moving really, like, in the direction of, truth cannot be hidden. A lie cannot maintain itself. and criminals are going to be exposed, just like any other criminals throughout history. The thing is that time will not forgive, right? So what is happening today to the people of Gaza, every soul that is suffering right there, there is something bigger that is taking care of them and will actually hold whoever is contributing to their suffering accountable. That's called justice. Justice is
But
You
we
know
need,
what
we need to get a
inherent.
hold of a Hamas.
You want to hear some cold
That
truth?
is an inherent aspect of the universe. Justice.
Do you want to hear some
balance.
cold truth, Justice? Ocean.
So
History belongs to the common.
silence is not going to remain. The world is waking up. People are recognizing. And
That's
even
right.
in America,
How
people,
about you shut up,
people
join the
are
house,
waking
back
up.
out, and then come back out with a big ticket?
No,
Yeah.
I hear you, Ocean. You're right.
America is
the-
waking up.
But
And
the
they
thing
know
about it
who
is,
the real terrorist is.
the thing about it is, Ocean, this has been going on since the beginning of time. I don't exalt the people that are going in Gaza
Amen.
any more than the west coast of Africa or what's going on here in America. Billions of people have died from unjust causes. The people in Gaza will add to that book, a book that's growing every day, brother, that billions of people's names are on that list. Don't think that what's going on is new or it's the end of it. I don't agree with what's going on, but what you can do, all you can do is really in your heart understand what's going on. If
Yeah,
we're plugged into
I
making
believe-
profits, you're part of the machine. If you're making
I
money on a
believe in
global
justice.
scale, yeah, that's cool. But justice is always a two-way street. I've been in LA long enough to know that innocent people don't die in LA. There's a lot more going on than what you see. Those people are tied into some shit that you have no idea. There are no innocent people that die. Even when children and women are in play, because you inherit your sins of your father. So if your father was a murderous asshole, you're gonna end up getting, your life threatened.
That's
You know.
a merge. Justice
It
is
seems
always
like
a two-way street.
you
It
are
is.
aware,
You can't
Yes, it is.
see what you see. That's a
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No,
The United
look.
States is not attacking the innocent. Israel is not attacking the innocent. Both sides have done horrible things. Hamas is hiding most of their centralized governments under hospitals to target the citizens. Bro, they have the part to play in this too. They're a militarized unit hiding amongst civilians. Bro, that they need to be held accountable. That all the killing that's going on amongst the innocents is on Hamas's head. You don't hide amongst the weak and then fight a war. You stand in a field as a soldier. You look in the eyes of your enemy, make sure you can see the whites, and you engage. You don't do all this other bullshit. That's punk shit.
No,
You
it
know?
was going on before what happened in October 6th.
Look, the
They were
Palestinian
actually
people.
raiding the West Bank, kicking people from their homes, building more settlements, and like the peace is that according to the UN,
Do you mean like
is
with
that they don't
do you
build
mean
more settlements in the West Bank. The West
Yeah,
Bank
but
is
do
a
you
possible
mean when
state for a
when the
two-state
Ottoman
solution,
Empire took
right?
over?
Wait,
Yeah,
wait,
but
The
why?
Sultan took over when the Ottoman Empire
there
took over.
is a
my
figure-
God,
Are you mad
bro.
there
because
is
the
a
Ottoman
figure
Empire
that
fell at World War
Sir,
One?
are you gonna let anyone else talk this morning, bro? You've been talking this entire morning, brother.
Yeah, look,
Jeez.
I believe in justice, right? I believe in God. 100%, not 99%, 100% that I believe in God,
going on?
right? I believe in justice. If a wolf ate a rabbit, there will come a day when the rabbit will become the wolf and the wolf will become the rabbit. I believe in justice, absolute balance in the universe. And wherever a criminal is going to hide, there will come a day that he will pay. This is a very strong belief that I believe in, right? It's called justice, and it is one of the names of God. Justice.
Now, do you?
If a Muslim,
What if
killed
God?
an innocent person
What
that
if
is
God?
not Muslim,
What if God
the
finds
non-Muslim
you
is
guilty?
going to pay.
Are you under that justice? So if you break a law, are you willing to give your life?
If I did something wrong, I will pay. If a Muslim did something wrong to a non-Muslim, he is going to pay. If a non-Muslim did something wrong to a Muslim, he should pay for it. It's not a double standard. Like if a Muslim did a criminal act, he is going to be called a terrorist. But if a non-Muslim did a criminal act, he is not going to be called a terrorist. This is a double standard.
No. This is what it is just rules of engagement. If you choose to engage somebody and defend yourself, you have every right to do that. Just make sure you're successful. What it is, a lot of Muslims go out there and they get overly emotional and then they get themselves killed. You got to be disciplined in what you're doing. If you have a problem with someone, you engage them and you have no remorse or nothing else like that. Everyone can respect that. But when you hide amongst children and stuff like that, bro, that looks weak. That just does. You know, there's soldiers in Gaza.
Actually,
but,
I can't say the same thing. I can't say the same thing about the festival, that there were IDF soldiers among the people who were dancing at the festival. It doesn't accuse Hamas of killing innocent people. If an IDF is in Tel Aviv and the Hamas person went there and killed innocent people, and that IDF soldier, it doesn't mean that the IDF soldier, it seems according to you that he is using human shield.
No, like I said, if you accept that rule of engagement, I have no problem with that. There is collateral damage. I don't complain about collateral damage. A lot of innocent people die. And all I'm saying is, what I'm saying is this: what I don't care is about things outside of. Like Gaza is interesting to me, but I don't care about those people. I'm sorry, they're not Americans. I'm only caring about the people in my neighborhood. Because that's the only thing I can really affect. All this stuff has no effect on me. Like, you can worry about Gaza and stuff once you have your house in order, once you have your house paid off, your bills paid. But if you don't have those things in order, you can have light conversations about things, but to really care about them in depth like that is crazy, bro. This is what's going on over there I don't agree with. But there's nothing you and me can do to change that, bro.
It is not only Gaza that is occupied, brother.
Oh yeah, but a lot of our minds are occupied.
So if
that's
it
the problem.
The same entity that is doing things to Gaza is in control over the area that you live in. And today, if they are doing that to the people of Gaza, tomorrow you don't know what is going to happen, right?
Well, if it happens, if it comes to me, then I engage. And I'm not going to sit here and whine about my casualty rates. I chose to engage. It is happening in real
time right now. Like they made an island and they did a lot of things to children, and they blackmail politicians, and it's like a very well-known thing. It is not a mystery, and people are waking up to it. People are waking up. They know what is going on.
Really waking up? I mean,
they are waking up, man.
Bro, do you know that tomorrow they can bomb Qatar again, and no one's going to stop anything? Nothing is going to stop. All this waking up that you're talking about, bro, people are not going to do anything. The 10% of the world that does what they want to do are going to continue to do whatever they want to do. When you decide to be a part of that 10%, you don't ask permission, or you just do. You know, 90% of people are sheep. They just want to walk around and live their lives. They're not soldiers. But like I said, if you want to engage in soldier-like activity...
No, actually, there are people that care. Nowadays, there are maybe more than 55 ships from 44 different countries heading towards
that are under the law of Israel, and they'll land when Israel tells them they can land. You got to take charge, bro.
Any mistake is going to ignite something that is really bigger than that.
That's what you're hoping for.
Ignite something bigger, you schmuck! They're about to destroy Gaza City.
No, what he's talking about is this revolution that's never going to happen, bro. That's what it is. That's a mentality of someone that's constantly oppressed. The people are never going to be on one accord and rise up and do anything, brother. Armies take over this world, and then the conquerors write the books. This is what happens. Your people knew this a while ago when there were sultans and kings. Now they don't have any of that gumph anymore. They used to go to war, and the only reason you're standing in the Islamic nation now is because they went to war as men. If they sit and talk like you did, bro, you would be standing in a Christian nation, bro.
Really happen. I don't think that 2 billion people,
wait, guys.
2 billion
Let's do
people,
this, right?
quarter
Hold
of
on,
Earth are not happy.
Ocean, 1 second,
Ocean, let me ask, right? Because I've been listening to what he's saying, and there's not a lot that I can argue with. Let me ask you, which two, let me give two. Which two of the the total Muslim nations with arm.
So check this out. There's a girl, the Ukrainian girl that got stabbed by the black guy on the train. Okay. Elon Musk is saying on Twitter he's gonna put murals of her all over America. And he's gonna pay people $10,000 each for putting a mural of her all over America. And guess what? It's really all about. It's gonna get Americans war ready to go fight Russia. It's all about hating Russia and defending Ukraine.
You fucking idiot! It's about the black asshole that knifed her to death. You fucking low IQ idiot!
And by the way, when you look at her, yo, there's no stab wound on her or anything, man. The thing looks really fake to me, in my opinion. Just like George Floyd.
What do you think? It's a movie prop set? You think the head explodes into a pile of blood? You fucking moron!
George Floyd did not die, bro. George Floyd did not die. That was a.
So I happen to have I happen to have the misfortune of living about a mile away.
Pakistan, I'll switch one out and I'll say Saudi. But the unfortunate part about what I'm saying is that Saudi Arabia, I personally think, is filled with Zionist intentions and motives. They're ready to move on into the future. They're ready to move on into the future with transhumanism. They do not.
Let me add on. I mean, everyone agrees with most of the APR paper. It's just that it's like, yeah, good point, and maybe that is how reality works.
You don't say shit.
Dude, you're like some South Korean patriot. It's weird. Like, I make one.
I'm not even defending South Korea. I haven't noticed.
No, that's a valid comment.
Where are you coming from? Where are you from? What's your
So I'm coming from the fact that the Chinese said to the Americans, "Hey, we're not your chink." The Japanese said to the
he's just a fucking troll.
Like, the Japanese.
Yeah, just a fucking
mental disorder person?
The boo-boo's not a troll. He's a very smart intellectual.
You're the troll.
It takes a troll to know a troll.
So as I was saying, the South Koreans are the only ones who have not stood up to America yet.
The South Koreans are our allies, you moron.
So are the Japanese, and the Japanese have stood up to America in its economic trade deal.
I don't think so, bro. You don't know what you're talking about, bro.
No, Labubu's very smart. He's a high-level academic. He's super smart.
Yeah, I guess
you have mental illness where you stream Clubhouse in your basement 24/7. That's a mental illness. You probably have some extreme schizophrenia, possibly. Maybe some other extreme loneliness. If you're spending your time 24/7.
Extreme obesity is also a form of mental illness.
You mean the fact that I come here to record people talking, but yet you're criticizing me and you come here and talk all the time about nothing?
But I'm not streaming 24/7.
I know there'd be no reason for me to be here unless I was recording all these stupid conversations.
And what is the point?
The point is there's no fucking point, schmuck. The point is, why do people keep coming here to run their mouths about nothing? It's a waste of time, Labubu, don't you get it?
You know, I don't even hate John. I used to be such a big John fan until I found out John is like ultra Zionist. And then
Oh, it's Israel that you don't like. It's not even me. Okay, now we get it.
I do gotta say, respect to John. He served in the military. Did you see active combat?
No, I didn't.
Well then, what, did you drive a truck around a base?
No. I got in a fight with a black woman before I got deployed, and then they said, "You can't go to Afghanistan."
And what was the fight with the black woman about?
She restricted my leave because I got a B on a test, not an A. She was a DEI hire, just FYI. And I realized pretty quickly that, you know what? It's probably not a good idea to go die in the mountains of Afghanistan for a DEI hire. I'm just saying the war, is here at home. I think the wars were scams. And, the way you win a war is by staying alive.
So I keep you myself. Sorry. I have to go to bed. Good night, guys.
Have a good one, Jen.
Good night. Good night.
He kicked Labubu.
He's tolerable most times.
I don't know why he was coming in so hot today.
He's always been like that.
I've upset Labubu for quite a while. He projects on me.
Really? What's your history with Barugu?
Nothing. We just figured it out. He doesn't like me because I'm pro-Israel, anti-Hamas terrorist. I didn't know Labubu supports terrorism, but now we know. Well, those are some pretty interesting stats in your profile, Eugene.
I thought I'd share.
Oh, wow.
There's about 3 roads.
Hi, everybody. I'm in need of some healing. Does anybody have any quantum healing with Deepak Chopra advice for me?
He's doing his bit today. He thinks this is funny when he does the voice. Yeah.
Roy, does you know who doesn't fuck?
Fucking.
What?
I'm in need of healing. Pray for me.
And put together like hymns, Bible reading, a prayer, documents for every season and every week, and sometimes multiple times a week. I don't know. I was reading that people really enjoy the rhythm of it. That every year they start it over and they go through it. They just do the same thing every year, and every Easter they're praying these same prayers as part of this. This rhythm, this practice. And I don't know, for my brain, it's not that I think this is saving me. It's not that I think God is overcoming me. I do that in my car and it was an accident.
What the hell is that damn noise? I need help with my sorry, boy, you say they won't go inside no more.
There's just
Engine spirit or some damn thing that say they causing the cave in.
So you can
You're the one doing the talking.
maybe everyone's just sweet.
That's right.
Everyone
Anybody else want to negotiate? They don't even speak English, but I think they understand. Now they're showing there's nothing to be afraid of. I have to ask twice. I've been thinking, why don't we just take away Harry and get out of here? We're already rich. It's crazy. I think I waited 20 years. I'll take it all.
I mean, the memorial of the Union, that's a great line. So
A young man walks up to her door.
And I guess how you feel led to proper worship, and then you keep going down the scale to you get like the frozen chosen, and you get like those Presbyterians who are like, God is good. I exegeted the scripture.
Oh my gosh, you guys are twins!
And you just got like no soul, my pejorative, but they'd be like, no, we have the proper understanding of scripture. This is what you need. And somewhere in there is like, hey, so you just get this whole entire swath, and it's like pick your flavor. And for me, I'm going with Roy and Connie and a little bit of Sean, and being like, look, man, whatever we want to say to God, we're gonna like yell it loud and proud, the right way, like biblical way, not loud and proud rainbow stuff. But like that's what we're gonna do. Like Sean may be singing, dancing, I may like move my arms a little bit, but that's the point. So like I feel that is the best environment. That's like it's real, it's authentic, it's spontaneous, and it's straight from the heart. Versus someone else like it's totally from the heart. Yeah, for everyone that said the exact same thing for 500 years. I mean, I guess if that's how you feel, that's how you feel. So pick your poison.
Yeah, I like both though. To be honest, like I'm not like I like doing the personal prayers because it feels personal when I'm talking to God, but also like the structured recitation too. Like I like both, man. And not everybody has to like it, but I think like all the stuff that you just laid out from like the different denominations, I think is beautiful, man. I think it paints the picture of how Christianity is diverse and there's something for everybody.
It also,
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I obviously I don't speak very often. I'm usually doing a lot of listening, I think because of where I was at before I came back to Christianity. But Steph, I think that, you're a seeker. You're always wanting to learn. I say seek in your own faith. I hear a lot of things. And, I would just say continue to pray, ask God to lead you, the Holy Spirit to lead you and guide you. And, if you get something out of these prayers, just, let them be personal, your heart. And, now I read those prayers a little bit. I had a little bit of, I don't know, because I'm not there anymore, but I used to be Catholic. I was born Catholic. Now, and yeah, I didn't get much out of those prayers. Because it was very repetitious and like, oh, okay, well, yeah, just up and down. That's what they did the Our Father. There were things there. But what happened was the charismatic, I heard Nate there, the charismatic movement came in the 70s. Well, I live here in Jacksonville, Florida, Bible Belt, church on every corner here, big, almost. And, so when the charismatic movement came through, it was interesting. It was held at the Catholic Church in the parish hall. So the Monsignor Jordan, I still remember, I'm 62 years old, so keep that in mind. I was in my late teens. I was 17 years old when the charismatic movement came, and so Monsignor, so they'd have a mass, like a charismatic mass. So you praise you, Jesus. I thank you, Jesus, for this day. I thank you for being here. I feel the spirit, and I loved it. My grandmother got us going, and my dad, and I realized as time, right, that Jesus, you know what, and then as I stayed more on the charismatic side, a lot of Catholics left because they encouraged you to read the Bible. And they said, well, there's nothing in the Bible that says, say a prayer to Mary, for some type of intercession, nor the saints. So that was the loudest thing that I heard. And there was a group of them, lots of people who left because of that charismatic meeting that met every Tuesday night. So, repetition, it can be, that's what I think it becomes that. And one of the things that I did learn as time went on, as I stayed in that non-denominational charismatic setting, hey, Jesus wants a personal relationship with me. He actually died for Patricia. And I didn't feel that, and I had lots of things going on in my household. Connie, you probably wouldn't be surprised, but, I lived under the threat of death 24/7 at times when I was even younger, not now, and not at 17, but, I have PTSD and stuff. So, but I know, God saw me through all this stuff. But, I can look back and, it's about a personal relationship. So I would just say, Steph, just make sure whatever your, prayers, like I said, I looked at the one prayer a little bit, if you can actually open up, I would find myself adding to that prayer. I would be changing the words. I found myself kind of changing the words from thee to I to me, because I want it to be personal. So, if you can somehow make those prayers, for yourself and family, hey, God bless you.
Yeah, thanks. I should add, these are not Catholic. This is a strictly Protestant. This was the Protestants saying we miss the liturgical nature of the faith. So this is not like an adaptation of Catholic doctrine, but it probably does smell like that to us now because we're so far away from it. Anything like Protestant churches now are not liturgical. So we always associate the liturgy with Catholicism. But the liturgy is biblical, as far as I understand it. But yeah, no, I totally understand what you're saying. The idea of vain repetition is not anywhere you want to be. You don't want in your own mind prayer to ever lose its potency. Sometimes I'm just chatting with the Lord through my day, but a lot of the time it's like I'm just so grateful that the Lord is hearing me as I'm talking to Him in my car. And I don't ever want to get to the point where I'm just mindlessly repeating something and I don't have that sensation. So yeah, I totally get what you're saying. Thank you, Patricia. I appreciate you coming up and saying all that. That's a rare event.
Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate you. I do a lot of listening, and you have a lot of knowledge to share, and I appreciate that. You do a lot of heavy reading, and like I said, every coming on the app when I get into the Christian rooms, the real Christians and the real things, and I can check myself, just like I did in 2023. I can check myself, and I'm grateful for that. And there is no doubt He uses our intellect and He uses our things, and He does love us. There is no doubt in my mind He loves each and every one of us and wants that personal relationship. Now, the funny thing is, real quick, is I left the charismatic church, my dad, and we were at a non-denominational called Agape Community Church. The man that opened up this Christian bookstore in Jacksonville called Agape Christian Bookstore, he used the back room, and on Saturday night, he used to be Catholic. Him, Art Richmond, and his wife, and they left the Catholic Church. They had these bookstores around town. He opened up the back room, so on Saturday night you could go, and that could be your church if you wanted it to be, or some people did, others still continued on in whatever denomination. There was no force, there was no coercion either way. But I actually got hired at age 19 I didn't consider myself Catholic anymore, but I came. There was a lady who was the music teacher, and she was the organist at Assumption Catholic Church where I was going, which I left at age 16. So at 19, she came back. She said, I need a cantor. I'm hiring cantors, and I'm going to train you. She left some stuff in the music bookstore, in the bookstore for me. I put it on tape. I listened to it on a cassette. That's how far back. And she said, I want you to learn liturgic, this music. I said, okay. That was all in English and stuff. But yeah, it was kind of cool. But you know what? I felt the spirit. I wanted to make sure I wasn't leading those songs all of a sudden out of vain repetition. And I remember singing the Psalms. The Lord is my shepherd. There is nothing I shall want. The Lord is my shepherd. And then they would recite it back. I would raise my hands, and I got paid to do that. Now, I remember a couple people coming up to me after Mass at different times saying, you believe in what you're singing. You believe in, do you? I said, I do. The Lord is I believe that. Because I was a cantor also sings the Psalms. So I really did believe that. It was hard on some songs like To Mary and Saints and things. That was part of my job as well. But the Psalms, and there used to be an African-American lady there weren't very many African Americans in that particular congregation or parish, I should say. But this lady would come up. She says, "Well, after Mass, she said, I feel the Holy Spirit. I just want to shout." I said, "Oh, please." I said, I might lose my job. And God knew I needed that job. I did. I really did. And I did it for the next 10 years till I had voice trouble, and I sang outdoors at the old DeSalto Drama and stuff, but that's another story. But yeah, I mean, God meets you where you are. Connie, I'm with you there. Amen.
That was great. Thank you. I love the way you sing. Reminds me of the way my grandmother sings. I love it. And that's a high compliment. I love her voice. Thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. And it's just being sincere, sincerity. That's why I like Connie. Sister Connie, I love your stories as well. It's sincerity in whatever it is you're doing, whatever God's called you to do. I like even Sister Cherry's room. Sister Cherry will say, not everybody's called to be an apologist. I don't know that I'm called to be an apologist for sure. I didn't know what apologetics was, so I wandered over, from Facebook to here. Somehow I got over here. Somebody mentioned, and next thing I was over here. So, but you guys do a wonderful job. You have a lot of patience. It takes patience, the grace of Jesus. Just be calm, patient. Yes, Bob, I've had many. I knew Bob over on Facebook.
No way.
Oh, yeah. I knew Bob over there, as a Latter-day Saint. And, and charismatic. And he used to be charismatic. He knew about Jim Baker, Jim and Tammy. And, we were all, the same type of, not that I was a Jim and Tammy Baker fan, but, charismatics. He was Methodist when he, as a child. I have a feeling he didn't connect very well or something. And then he kind of kept moving. At some point, he went to Assemblies of God, and he told the pastor there that he felt he was possessed by a demon, okay? And the pastor told him that, well, as a Christian, we can't be possessed. And then they sort of according to Bob, obviously, that they sort of dismissed him and asked him to leave. I don't know if he became an issue, what types of issues developed, but he was asked to leave. And so, he believes God told him to believe just in, like, the Unitarianism, I guess, where Jesus is just, I guess, divine, but not, I don't know, not divine. He was a man chosen of God to die for our sins. So, that's kind of what but he believes God told him that. Because I used to ask him over, even on Facebook, because I will say the Mormons didn't believe that. I said, no. I said, Jesus is the Son of God. He's divine. He died for us, our sins. Bob, why do you not believe that? He says, well, because God told me. So I kind of know his story just a little bit, and yeah, Bob likes to banter or debate a little bit, and that's kind of cool. I think it's interesting. I've been in all these different rooms, and through the changes, and I find it interesting. Just to listen, you can learn something. From these different debates, and you can learn something. Just I think learning, keeping on, like Nate says, keeping that relationship going with Jesus, and He's your Savior, and that's what's important. So.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Thank you.
Oh yeah, so Steph.
That's sad about Bob.
So Steph, Bob, also. Now, maybe he was debating with me. I didn't understand. So this is just for you. When next time he pops in here, and obviously you're a moderator. The song, Jesus loves me, this I know, for the Bible tells me so. I said that to him. I said, well, there's a song. Didn't you learn that? He said, yeah. But there's a part of him. He said, there's nowhere in the Bible that says Jesus loves us. And he didn't think, it seemed like back when the Facebook guy, he didn't believe Jesus loved him. So that's kind of serious stuff, You don't believe he loves you to begin with, That's what makes Jesus unique over Muslims. Let's say, I can't imagine saying, well, Muhammad loved me. How do I know that? I don't know. There's no mention of love there. Allah, but there's no focus on, well, obviously we have the love of Christ. He loves us. He died for us. And, there's no other religion, I don't think, has that concept like that. The agape love, the love of God, So, but he kind of believed that too. There was some point in his life, Jesus didn't love him. And, so just, that's great that you guys, be patient and gentle. Even Albie Al, I loved Albie. His teaching, I even said when I started listening to him, still in the Latter-day Saints, I said, this man's a teacher. Because he wouldn't debate anybody. People would come in and he would just go through Genesis to Revelation and just, And I said, this man's a teacher. I could listen to him for 3 hours of him, And he would even have patience with Bob. Bob would come in there. I said, oh, God. Bob, please, just let him keep teaching. But he said, all right, Bob, I'll give you a few minutes. What is it, Bob? So Bob is his own something.
That is funny. I did not know you guys went way back like that. That's very funny. I like Bob a lot. Malak, we were talking about, you're asking, not a bead rattler. Okay. Listen, Bob and Oliver, I was asking about the Book of Common Prayer, which, as I understand it, is a book that goes through prayer seasons and praying morning and evening as a discipline. It offers meditations. It had, if you do it all year, you will read the entire Bible in a year, da-da-da-da-da. And I had come across this because the liturgical Free Methodists use a version of the Book of Common Prayer that is annotated by John Wesley. So I got very interested and I ordered the original one. So I put in my PTR a little page of it. It's coming tomorrow. But I wanted to know what you guys knew about it, what your thoughts are on it, because this is very new.
Yeah, so can you hear me, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So, yes, I actually pray the Book of Common Prayer.
Here we go. Okay, good. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, so I use the Anglican edition, and there's a 16-something and then a 17.
Yep, I got the Anglican 16, 15 or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they have the one, the 1979, which I don't particularly care for. I have it. So my wife and I, we pray the night. I think it's 1929, 1927, and I love it.
I guess there's a 16. There's early 1600s, then there's late 1700s, and then there were two in the 20th century.
Yeah. I think it's 1928, which has the archaic language, but to me, reciting those psalms and doing the prayers, it just there's something there's a sacredness about just the cadence and the rhythm of the language that just draws us in. But I think it's great. I think every Christian should utilize it. There are different readings. You have morning prayer, midday prayer, evening prayer. There are canticles. There are prayers for special holidays. So it's a plus to me, and I think it will benefit the body of Christ in general if they would actually engage in it.
Eat that, Nate. No, that's awesome. Oliver, do you feel that it takes away the personalness, like the intimacy, or the naturalness with which you would normally pray with him?
Absolutely not. No, I think it enriches it. Actually, I mean, I still have my prayers throughout the day, with ministry and just things going on in my life. But this kind of sets it sets you in a routine, and so it draws you in. You got the. You don't have to pray the morning, midday, and evening prayer. But for me, it's just a way to step away from the craziness of life and to really focus in. So no, I actually think it enhances my prayer.
All right, I'm sold. I can't wait for this to get
okay. Okay, get your robes. So I mean, I don't know. Just consider the source, right? Like everyone saying it's great is leaning, starting from wherever Oliver is, leaning towards Anglican and going on that spectrum. Everyone saying no, it's not great is more of the just purebred, non-denominational or denomination that would not claim from the Reformation. So we're safely distanced from the origins of the Reformation, like on that sliding scale, a far distance away. So, consider the source. So that's where it is. I mean, all those type people saying yes are going that direction towards the Church of England and Episcopalian Presbys and that direction. And everyone saying, no, we don't need that, we're just going to, do our thing, is going the other direction. So, I mean, that's what it is.
Do you know what Free Methodists are? All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm not Anglican or Episcopalian, I'm non-denominational, but I just think that
Dude, you cut out Oliver. At least it did for me.
Hey, I just want to quickly jump in. Nate, I'm going to run. It's been fun. I'll be back.
All right, take care, Roy.
Sounds good, Roy. Oliver, you cut out for maybe the last 45 seconds.
Bye, everyone.
Hi, Roy.
Yeah, I'll be right back. My son's broke down, so I need to take care of this. I'll be back.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know that much about the Methodists, but I'm going to say they are closer to the side I just identified than Assemblies of God, Complete Independent Baptist.
No, the Methodists are the parents of the Pentecostal
non-denominational churches. Like, I'm sure if you put them on a line, Methodist is going to be on the closer to Anglican on that chart than all those others I just mentioned.
So as Pentecostal name, we for example, my church is directly connected to the Methodists. The Church of God. Church of God is we're not our group didn't come out out of Baptists that were upset and we're in a certain church. Our church started Church of God started because they're already within the holiness movement of the Methodists. Some Baptist brothers came in and they wanted prayer, and that's what the Church of God came out. So we're holiness because of the Methodists.
Right.
The Assemblies of God adopted holiness, they weren't the God was a bunch of Baptist pastors coming together that were not allowed back into their Baptist conventions.
That's what I just said, right? So unless you're saying it was like Assemblies of God, Church of God, and then you put Methodists on the other side of that, which I think by what you said you're not doing, then it would go kind of like super Pentecostal holiness charismatics, and then from there, whatever that is, maybe Assemblies of God, Church of God, and then Methodists, and then so on and so on until you get to Anglicans, Episcopals, and so on until you get back to Rome.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess because I have the book, I use the Book of Common Prayer.
Oh, you do?
I mean, I don't. Yeah, I read it all the time. But see, I use it as a devotional. I use it as a devotional. I don't use it like, it's not like, oh, I need to pray. Let me get this book out so I can pray. I'll sit there and read some prayers, and I look at it as well, like this isn't a great prayer that this individual, what's his name, Thomas something, I forget the guy who wrote it.
I can't remember. Yeah.
Aquinas?
Canterbury.
No?
No.
No. It's a guy in like the 1500s. Canty. Yeah.
One of those. He went to Church of England, wrote these things, and I look at it. Here's the thing that kind of becomes problematic. If you're reading the prayers to replace your that's kind of like, it's like, insert track here, read this, and I'm done praying because I read it. No, I think it should inform, or just like a devotional. Should devotionals replace your Bible reading? No. Like, your devotional should inform the way you read the Bible. This is why it's important. Like, you read a devotional to kind of get a mindset of what you're going to read, and then you read large portions of the Bible. I would agree that you can read the Book of Common Prayer and see where these individuals are praying, or using this to kind of get a focus. Some of the phrasing is really good. Some of it just I don't agree with because I'm not Anglican. Doesn't mean I can't appreciate it, because this is the way the Psalms were used. The people in the old day were, in the first century, time of Jesus, before Jesus, would read the Psalms, but the Psalms wouldn't replace the prayer life. Psalms would kind of inform it. Like, I'm feeling sad. Let me read this psalm about David when he felt sad. And so it would give you like a mindset of how you're praying. Does that make sense? I mean, yeah. But you should be aware. The vain repetition is the part where it's that's the bad part. If you're just saying these words like, oh, it's like if you're using the Psalms or using the Book of Common Prayer as a prescription, oh, I feel sad. Let me just throw in these four readings about sadness just to cover, or I feel gratitude. Let me pull all the gratitude ones and I can just read them out and, just check off a box. No, like we shouldn't do that. I mean, you can even. Go ahead.
Did you
I couldn't think of the name fast enough. I was gonna say, but what is that really nice prayer book? It's like the Blessings of Mary. Remember that? I'm talking about. It's like the Catholic Book of Prayers, but it's totally heretical for Mary.
Malak, did you know there's a Book of Common Prayer that in the late 1700s was annotated and edited by Wesley? So that's the version that the liturgical Free Methodists use. Yeah, so I guess that one is a lot less Anglican smelling.
Yeah, so I mean, the Methodists had like the 39 articles. I think they're a little bit less, but the same concept. The same articles that the Anglicans have. There's a lot of tradition that that kind of gets passed down. The problem is that when we treat the Book of Common Prayer, we treat stuff like that as like this is the only way, the superior way, of doing these things. Like I tell people, like if you have like a really struggling prayer life, pick up the Psalms and start reading the Psalms during your prayer time. Like a lot of people don't know how to pray because they don't have any word in them to pray. Like they're just absent of the Word of God and have no clue what to pray for, why pray, or how to pray, because there's no Word of God in them. And I'm not saying like I'm talking about like they don't know the Word, they don't read the Word. The Word itself, like even Bible readings will even teach you how to pray and why to pray and where to pray and all that stuff.
I just think the Bible's it, right? So it's like, well, it doesn't automatically make other stuff bad. Like if you just want to have it just because, it's like, well, sometimes I listen to the Grateful Dead too. could I be listening to worship music instead? I guess, but I mean, I occasionally turn on the radio or something else. So, like, if it's in that light, it's like, well, I listen to the Bible. I read the Bible like 1,000 times a day. So, I want to tip my head up to read a scholar or read a prayer book. I mean, I guess fine, but it just seems like it's a easy way to, like, replace it. And it's like, I mean, the Bible, what's that verse that talks about, the Bible is like basically the completeness for every aspect of your life. So it's like, well, the claim of the Bible is it's fully encompassing for every aspect of your life. So it's like, well, that doesn't make something else necessarily bad or evil or wrong, but like kind of what you were saying, I guess like in your heart, realize and admit the Bible is the only thing I need. Great. Now, occasionally I'll read something else. I guess it's like kind of the motivation behind it. It's like, I need this for my prayer life. Do you? You need the Bible for your prayer life. Great, I have a prayer life. The Bible is all I need. Oh, someone handed me a book of this stuff? Oh, okay, I'll check it out. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, yeah, they're saying something that Psalm says. I know that because I read it. I don't know.
I have another prayer book. It's called The Prayers That Avail Much. My wife and I have a copy of that. In that book, there is a prayer of adoration. It's called Hallowed Be Thy Name, and it's so beautifully done. I put a copy of it in the chat. And in it, I mean, you're just praying the names of God, by the way, when you're doing it. Yeah, I just read a little bit of it. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and all that is within me. Bless your holy name. I adore you and make known to you my adoration and love this day. I bless your name, Elohim, the creator of heaven and earth, who was in the beginning. It is you who made me, and you have crowned me with glory and honor. You are the God of might and strength. Hallowed be thy name. I bless your name, El Shaddai, the God Almighty of blessings. You are the breasty one who nourishes and supplies. You are all bountiful and sufficient. Hallowed be thy name. So when you look at this kind of prayer and you're praying in the name of God, it's actually using a devotional, plus you're actually meditating on the scriptures and his name. So it's very interesting. It's very interesting.
I mean, starting off with like the first line of the Lord's Prayer I got, but I don't know. Like, I don't know why. Like, Steph, I think it would help me if you're like, Nate, I totally understand what you're saying. I'm doing this anyway.
I understand what you're saying. I think for you and for Connie, this feels whole and complete to you, and for me, I don't know. I'm desiring the routine.
It's not just that. It's like the words Sean read were great. It's like, I adore you so much. Like, the words are very holy and reverent. But how do you make that real in your heart if you can't figure out to say that without reading it off paper? And clearly people, I guess, do, or say they do, but it's just like it's just like from reading the Bible, it's between, I'm not saying these people are Pharisees, but this is the best example I have, lofty big words like, Lord, I adore you, you're so great, you crowned me with glory. I'm not sure that's biblical, but you do this, like so great. But it's like read like emotionless off of paper. I mean, I guess if someone's putting some oomph behind it and really tapping into their spirit saying that, good job. But then you wouldn't need a book, versus like the guy that's like, have mercy on me, I'm a sinner. It's like, good job. God knows exactly your heart. He knows exactly what you want. In like 3 unintelligent words, you basically said the most immaculate, holy sounding prayer just straight from your heart. Like in like barely words and like guttural wails. It just, I don't know. I can't separate that from, Lord, you are holy, magnificent maker of the universe. True, sure, that's right, it's good, I guess. But if you really feel that way, can you not figure out words to say that with, or just like beat your chest and wail? I think that would almost be more impactful.
I know.
I don't know.
I know this, Nate.
I do a lot of.
Can I ask a question? You guys can hear me.
Let me get this out, please. As a Pentecostal charismatic kind of person, I pray 3 different ways. I pray in English, I pray in tongues, and every now and then I'll grab a prayer book like that, and because it's based, the scripture, the prayer is based around the Bible, then I'll look at it for devotional ways in my devotion times, and I just have at it. As the first time I actually read through this prayer, I actually wept. All right. Thank you.
That's what I'm saying. God will take anything he can get. Now that sounds really unholy, but my walk with him, you know, he just loves being in with his kids no matter how. But he does have his preferences. And when you speak, you know, like I speak in tongues, if you do have that gift and you start out your prayer speaking in tongues until you feel completely emptied out, and then you open your mouth and speak with your understanding, I'm telling you, sometimes the words that come out of your mouth are absolutely shocking. What? You know, because sometimes we don't like to pray things that we really need, you know, and I've had that experience a few times where, but I did need that, but I didn't know that I needed that. But, you know, our Lord is gracious and merciful with his children. And no matter how you have to get into the presence of God, Steph, I think the Lord is pleased. So, but let me know. I'm going to be interested in what your experience is going to be.
And if you need any Gregorian chances sometime, my newly Catholic friend has a library I can share with you. I'll stop teasing you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm done. I mean, I like he literally does. He's trying to pike it off on me, but I'll stop teasing you.
Y'all are terrible. I'm excited. I'm excited for this thing. Leave me alone.
Let us know how it goes, I guess.
Steph, if you start buying rosaries, we're gonna have like an intervention.
Oh, y'all are the worst human beings, honest.
I have seen some really cool rosaries before, and I thought, man, I mean, that is a really cool rosary. Like, I almost bought it for like $40. Like, it looked so cool. Like, it has like translucent little beads. And I'm like, but no. I'm like, no, I'm not. No. But I mean, you know, they have some cool bling.
Hey, when I was a baby Christian, I don't know where it came from, but you know, being the hippie that I was, I wore a rosary around my neck for a while, you know, but that soon disappeared. But Steph, really, I want to know, you know, what your experience is. I'm not just saying that. I really do.
I think for me, this is like I was reading on the Free Methodist blog, whatever, the liturgical, how people are using this book, right? And so it seems like the Episcopals and the Anglicans can use this for a whole service. Like they'll structure a whole worship service around this, right? Because it's got everything you need to make a pretty good, you know, church meeting. But a lot of people were like, oh, I do this with my kids. You know, we get together, we pray together on the weekday mornings for 10 minutes before school, and this is the last thing we do before we tuck into bed. And so they were saying because it's season specific and because it's, you know, uses this beautiful, rich vocabulary, it's something that people really enjoy doing together as a family, as a devotional. So I think that's the way we're intending to use it, but I'm not familiar with how it's structured, so I don't know. We'll find out. Y'all are haters. I don't know how, okay, there are a bunch of times that I just talk to God, right? But I've talked to him a lot about this before. Like, I will sit down to pray, and then it ends up just being like a mental catastrophe. Like, my brain wanders 76 times. I'm asking, like, did I even word that the right way? Okay, no, I know that God knows my heart, so it doesn't matter if I worded it the right way. And I sit here and, like, argue with myself. It's enough. It's enough. I am just going to start seeing how other people pray and then being cool with that. I cannot do unstructured. I can't do this. Nope. I'm just going to do some devotions and see how it goes.
Hey, Steph.
Oh, Bent is back. What's up? What up?
Have you ever prayed the Jesus prayer?
No.
Yeah, so it's not part of the Book of Common Prayer, but it was an ancient prayer that some of the church fathers would pray, and it's a very simple prayer. There's variations with it. The prayer is good to really like calm the mind before you enter into your personal prayer. So that is basically this: Lord Jesus, Son of God, have mercy on me.
Wait, yeah, Oliver, could you back up just a bit?
You kind of neutralize the anxiety, the worries.
He can't hear
Yeah,
us.
sure.
Oh yeah, you cut out pretty good. Could you back up just a little bit?
Can you hear me now? Okay, yeah. So, yeah, the Jesus prayer is a very simple, sweet, repetitious prayer. And there's various forms of God, have mercy on me, a sinner. So you say that over and over and over before you go into your, prayer of petition or prayer of devotion or whatever kind of prayer that you want to pray. And the purpose of this Jesus prayer is to kind of neutralize all the anxiety, all the worry, what they call the monkey mind. You sit down to try to pray, and then all of a sudden you start thinking about like what you got to do tomorrow, what are you going to eat for dinner, what bills you got to pay. And so this prayer basically kind of brings you down into that posture of prayer, of surrender and submission, asking God to speak to us. So I use a Jesus prayer quite often, sometimes driving or before I, say a prayer in the evening, just as a prayer to help me focus in on what I'm about to do.
Yeah, okay, this is interesting. I've heard this. I didn't know this was the name for it. Okay, so it says the classical form of the Jesus prayer is just, Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner. But then it says that there were many variations, and so this one, Abba Macarius of Egypt, said there's no need to waste time with words. It's enough to hold out your hands and say, Lord, according to your desire and your wisdom, have mercy. Or if pressed, say, Lord, save me. Or just say, Lord. He knows what is best for us and will have mercy upon us. That's beautiful. Thank you, Lord.
Yeah. There's definitely some nuances with the prayer.
The Egyptian guy sounds good. Go with that.
I've been, for the past year or so, asking other people what their prayer looks like, and I'm getting so many different answers. I'm actually really enjoying hearing how other people pray. And it is really cool to hear people say all the way from praying in tongues down to, praying these more meditative prayers that have a rhythm to them, praying in the car, praying in the shower, sitting down, actually being on your knees at your bedside at night for 20 minutes as a discipline, or no discipline whatsoever, just doing it all day long. I love this. I am loving learning how other people pray.
There's no rosary.
No rosary. I don't have any interest in praying.
No, rosary's fine, bro. I got one in order. It's all good. Let's get some.
Y'all are crazy.
Is it actual rosary beads, like actual rosewood?
If it moves your soul, that's fine. Steph, you are making me sound like Chris.
Wait, what? You know the rosary is to Mary, right? That's why we don't do the rosary. What is your PTR right now?
That's the blessed book.
I'm firing Nate. That's it. I am never asking y'all a question ever again. That's it. We're done here.
Just
I use that in apologetics against Roman Catholics. It's a really interesting quote in there.
Bent, if you come up today, I promise I will keep my mouth shut the entire time.
Hey, Steph, there's another form of prayer that was put forth by Keating. Now, he's Catholic, but it goes back to a 14th century monk. It's based on a book called The Cloud of Unknowing. But this form of prayer is called centering prayer. And so it's a prayer of silence. And so rather than trying to remove all of your thoughts, you basically become a sponge, and your prayer is very, very simple, like, Lord Jesus, speak to me. So it's a prayer of silence, vulnerability, opening up, and just allowing God to pour into you.
Yes, that's what I want.
I mean,
I want that.
Wait.
I just looked it up. This is great. Everyone else be quiet. I'm just going to talk to Oliver for this.
Wait, well, hold on. As this is speaking to your soul, I'm thinking this is like Christian Tai Chi. Like, here's a prayer for anxiety and depression. Here's a prayer for this. Here's a prayer for this. It's like, just pray whatever you. This is so hard.
Nate, I have news for you that's going to shock you. People's brains work differently than yours. And sometimes if your brain doesn't shut up and it doesn't bother you, then great, that's fine. Other people, when their brains don't shut up, it freaks them out. So then prayer becomes a very difficult thing. And the whole reason that repetition and prayer books and all of this exist is for people like me who can't like bring the focus in. I don't know how to describe the phenomenon, but it is like I'm insecure about the way I pray because I don't feel that I'm doing God justice when I pray. And it's not that it's not that I worry that God's not hearing the prayer. It's not that I think you have to pray the right way. It's that I feel wildly undisciplined in how I pray, and it bothers me. That's what's happening here. I'm not looking for a magical pill for anything. I'm not looking for a prescription. I'm not looking for a cure. I'm looking for how have other people prayed through history, and I want to feel as though I'm doing the practice of prayer some justice.
Steph, there's a book by Thomas Keating. Now, he died back in 2000, and I think it was 18, the ripe age. He was in his 90s, 95, 96. But the book that really opens this practice of centering prayer is called Open Mind, Open Heart, or maybe reverse, Open Heart, Open Mind. One of the two, Open Mind, Open Heart. And
yep, I found it.
I had the same problem one time, just like go to prayer, it's like all these thoughts, all the stress, the drama of life. And so I started practicing this prayer every morning for 20 minutes and every evening for 20 minutes. And it was life-changing, absolutely life-changing. Now, I don't practice it daily now, but from time to time I'll return to it. So it's good to have, when you need it, you can pull it out and, go into this prayer and allow God to speak into your life. There's another lady that spent a lot of time lecturing and writing books on this, and her name is Cynthia Bourget, and she is she's Anglican, and I can't think of, if you look up Cynthia Bourget, you'll find several of her books where she talks about centering prayer. But Thomas Keating and Cynthia Bourget are two that you may want to check out.
Hey, Brother Malak, are you here with us?
Oh, wait, I have a quick question about Cynthia Bourget. The first, I can't tell if this is the right person. The first thing that comes up, I just Googled Cynthia Bourget theologian, and it says Cynthia Bourget is a modern-day mystic, Episcopal priest, writer, and internationally acclaimed retreat leader. Does that sound right?
This is my entire thesis.
I might skip that one.
This is exactly what I'm saying.
No, yes. So right now, I would not recommend any of her later books. So go back to some of her earlier stuff in the early 90s before she got into. Now she's into esoteric, universal consciousness, that kind of stuff now. So I don't recommend, but her earlier stuff before she quote evolved or got into Richard Rohr stuff and all that kind of mess. Some of the earlier foundational stuff is excellent.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Steph, this is my entire what you just read is like my entire kind of spidey sense around this entire conversation. Like, so whether you agree or not, that is kind of what I'm trying to say. My feeling is about this stuff. Not that it's bad. That the other stuff is bad, but it's like it just feels like if there is a right place to plant your flag, this conversation is going further away until you get to something like what you just read. Does that make it all bad? I guess not, but it feels like it's more on that direction than just like the other side of that thing. Like, so I guess that's expressed great. I mean, so it's like, well, no, read the stuff before they went straight satanic. why would I want to read something when they were kind of sort of okay if this is their end state? Is that like people are like, guys, read Hitler's early work. It was really great before he started murdering Jews. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to skip all of him if that's okay. It's like this has to like resonate on some level, right?
Okay.
I'm crazy people.
It resonates to me, but I wanted to ask Brother Malak something because we were kind of on this subject yesterday too, and I had a question. And now Brother Malak is in the room. So, Brother Malak, when I was a baby Christian, I read in the New Testament not to pray repetitious prayers, but to pray like this. Now, I was raised on the King James, but now I have a new King James. And I know that it's very melodic, but I'm asking you, Brother Malak, if that is actually a prayer that we're supposed to pray, or if it is a guideline on how to start praying, like start with worship, move on to this, move on to that, and finish your prayer. Can you give me any insight into, because I don't believe the scriptures conflict.
You know, like Matthew 6, right?
Right.
Yeah, so Matthew 6 is about like a mindset of how to pray, and when it says main repetitions, it's not saying don't repeat things. It says it's about mindless. It's like, and we've all had this. And anyone who's been to church and worships, it doesn't matter if you're charismatic, anything in between. Have you ever been in worship and all of a sudden you notice like a burnt light bulb, and you're focusing on the light bulb and you're singing the song, but you're still looking at the light bulb and go, why Pastor hasn't changed that light bulb? It's been like that for a month. And you're still singing the song and you're still concerned about the light bulb? Guess what you're just doing right there? It's mindless repetition.
Oh, okay.
Because what you're doing is you're no longer focusing on what you're doing. You're clapping your hands, singing the songs, swimming back, whatever it is that you're doing while your attention now is grabbed by the light bulb that's burned out. And you're in rhythm. I mean, you're in rhythm. You know the words. Your hands in the air. You're still thinking that light bulb's burned out. Still faster. That's what he's talking about. Like when you do mindless things, and that's what the pagans were doing. The pagans were just checking off these boxes of like, okay, I got to do these 5 prayers to Zeus. Okay, got it. Check. Let me go now to Ares. Check. All right. Did I get a fest? Okay, no, I got to check off. Like it was just like things to repeat. No, no emotion, nothing within it. It was just like a recipe. Step 1, step 2, and that's what the rosary eventually became. I don't know if you know a little bit with the rosary. In the Crusades, it became very popular. The Crusaders would be praying these rosary or beads. They were praying these beads, and the prayers. It got to the point where they were just mindlessly repeating words, walking around. Because they did these quote prayers for everyone that they lost a soldier in their group, and a lot of people were dying, and so they would add like another prayer, another 100 prayers for, and it just became a thing that they were just saying, and they was going about their business, drinking coffee, just looking at whatever the horizon, whatever, like doing their business, and just going through the cycles. So it's meaningless words.
Hey, Malik, if I can respond real quick to Nate and with Nate's concern, and I completely and utterly agree with Nate. You have to be concerned about some of these things because some of these people will take you down a road that you don't want to go. I've been down that road years and years ago. That's the reason I'm familiar with people like Cynthia Bourget. So I certainly do not support her where she is now in her understanding. But I was just trying to give some material for Steph as far as just the different, modes or different types of prayers that people have used to help them, connect to God. And one of those was the centering prayer. So, yeah, it may not, some people may say, okay, well, I don't agree with like the totality of this person. I'm not going to read any earlier works or later works. I totally respect that. For me, I try to battery with discernment and clarity and cut away the parts that are bad, and if anything is good and biblical, then I accept it. But just want to say that I agree with your concern, Nate. I think we all have to have eyes to see and ears to hear whenever we're reading things by fallible human beings.
I want to say I did look up the book, and I read the summary, and I read a few sample pages quickly while y'all were talking. I can completely see why you would recommend this book, Oliver. It's not a theology book. The book is not about what to pray for or how to talk to God. It's about the mindset, like how to get into a right mindset for praying. So it looks like the book is actually much more of like an awareness psychology kind of book. It doesn't even seem like it's like new agey. It seems like it's just about how to focus on a prayer, not what to pray, not what Christian theology is. So I actually do think I'm going to order it because it looks pretty cool. Thank you.
One answer to the dollar was like when Nate's asked, when Nate's saying that's a healthy instinct. That's a very healthy instinct. We should test everything with Scripture. We should test everything against Scripture as well. Like these are conversations like anyone who's hearing me talk, like these are the conversations I don't have very regularly because a lot of people have the tendency of kind of going adrift. Like I typically don't recommend books like this, and not because they're bad or it's because people just have really bad habits, and I don't want people to take my words of recommending, for example, the Common Book of Prayer, and people just using that as like, oh, their go-to of like solving, like, oh, I need to pray, bring on the book. Oh, like that's my fear. So like when they're saying it, I think that's really healthy. I think it takes some level of maturity. It takes some level of being seasoned to be able to pick up the Book of Common Prayer or books like this and using this as a historical resource to help you understand how Christians have prayed, how they've used confessions or how they worshiped, and be also being aware that this is not the rule of faith. Like the Book of Common Prayer, the Book of Concord, like those aren't the rule of faith. I want to make sure people that's understood. But like this, if you're not, everyone knows or whether they're Christian. If you're not a seasoned Christian, I wouldn't even dive with these things. Like I would not recommend for you to get the Book of Common Prayer if you're not a seasoned Christian. Now, like if you don't have no clue what you believe in as a Christian, if I were to ask you what is it, what makes you different today? Well, like why are you not a Baptist or why are you a Presbyterian? And you can't tell me, yeah, you shouldn't be doing these things. Because you're going to confuse yourself even more. Like if you don't know what makes you a Christian and not a Muslim, if you say, oh, the death of Jesus, like be aware of what you believe and why you believe things before you start diving into resources all over the place.
Amen. Yeah, I agree. I've often said, what do you, and why do you believe it, and how those beliefs add to or take away from your life. And so, before we dive into a lot of this stuff, we need to really think about our own faith journey and.
Hey guys, what's up?
No, Bent was here first. Yeah, thank you all. I appreciate you greatly. I got like 6 tabs open from Oliver, so lots to look into. Thank you, Oliver. Thank you, everybody, except Nate. Ben, how are you today? And then I'm going to shut my mouth.
Just take solace in the fact that Christians can't be demon possessed. What's up, Ben? How are you?
I am phenomenal. Just got off work.
Oh, hey Ben, I recognize that voice.
What's up?
Doc. What's up? I hope you're all well today. Oh.
I don't know if you remember me.
I remember you. It was a couple days ago, wasn't it?
I don't remember, like all those days kind of bleed together when I'm talking. Yeah, they bleed together.
I feel you. All good. I didn't really come up here to start any crap. I'm sorry if that's a letdown for y'all. I just came up here because Steph invited me. After last surprise, she's still talking to me.
What'd you do last night?
I had a conversation with Steph
or something.
It was fine.
Yeah.
It was actually Kratos. We had a biblical slavery conversation, and then I handed him to Kratos. Then it went off the rail.
So
The replay does not exist.
So does he own some slaves now? You talked him into it?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened, Nate.
Yeah. I'm over on y'all's team now. Pro-slavery, yay.
Wait, I'm not on that team.
Well, God's on that team, and you're on God's team, right?
Well, I know you would think that.
Huh?
Well, I assume you would think that.
What, that you're on God's team?
No, the God's team says go have slaves or something.
Yeah, because you can own slaves.
Who's you?
The people that he was talking to. Well, he's talking to Moses, and he said, Moses, take the down and tell these people these are my laws. Keep them forever. And one of them, well, a few of them actually are, you can own slaves. You can beat them with a stick as long as they don't die within a day or two.
Right, so
you can
not
sell your daughter
me,
as a
right?
concubine.
Not anyone. Right, so not anyone like last 4,000 years, but to the Israelites.
Well, I mean, when God said don't eat shellfish or don't kill, he was talking to you too. So I mean, he wasn't. So the Ten Commandments are for you.
Hold on. Well, like any good Satanist, I assume you've read the Bible many times, right?
I've read it once, all the way through. I've read it all the way through one time.
Well, no, like the law of Moses was specifically given to the Israelites. So if you're a Gentile, everyone else, these laws were not for you because you're not an Israelite.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's say I grant you that. Okay, that was just for the Jews. It still is immoral.
Well, I mean, tell me if this sounds familiar. I'm probably going to repeat Kratos, but I mean, I have no interest, right? Like if God's like, thou shalt be commanded to take slaves. Great, follow God or not. Don't. That's what he said. So, like, I don't have any interest in apologizing for God. My interest is accuracy. So I go, like, accurately, you've got two groups, right? So if you, at the end of this, still say, well, that's immoral, well, then basically be a Democrat and let people out of jail so they can murder people on a train bus. Anyway.
I don't think so. Well, hold on real quick. Before you continue, I'm not a Democrat. I'm a libertarian. I don't want to hear any crap about that either. But, okay, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about owning people against their will and property. And God said that you could do that, okay? That's my problem. Your God is supposed to be the all-knower, the moral compass of everything, and he got slavery wrong. That's my problem.
Okay, well, your problem, which God knows you're going to be interrupting me, so just hold on. There's two classes, right? There's two classes, right? The servitude one that I'm sure makes you every time you hear it. You're like, it doesn't matter. So there's people that willingly put themselves in this, right? Like that's basically
Exodus 21:2. Exodus 21:2. That's for Jews only, male Jews only. That only applied to male Jews. Okay, that only applied to male Jews.
Hold on, dear Satanist. The other one is effectively prisoners of war. So like people today, you would lock up or give the death penalty to because they were too dangerous to be in society. With nomadic tribes, you didn't really have that option. I guess you could have just killed everyone. How bad would that be? So it's like, well, either you have the death penalty or effectively you're locked up for life, but we have to move around and travel. So i.e., you are our slave, serial murderer, prisoner of war, etc. So it's not like I want to go by you.
Is that moral? Is that moral? Is that a moral way to treat your prisoners of war to make them slaves?
Can you tell me what moral means? I'm confused what moral means.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good. I mean, if someone's like on death row for like eating people's faces, I'm like, yeah, do some work, crush your wrongs.
Okay, so when we go, I'm a military veteran. I'm actually a war veteran. Okay, so when we go invade a country or take care of some business, right? Would it be moral for us to be like, hey, we destroyed this town. These people are still alive. We'll keep them and make them our slaves. And all these virgin girls over here, we'll keep them for ourselves too, because God said you can do that after you destroy a village. So these are God's precepts. If we did that today, would we be considered moral or would we be considered monsters?
You would be considered a monster, and back then you're messing it up. So it's called Ask a Christian. So look, you don't have to believe me. You should. It's right, but you don't have to believe me. But please take the word of like this of Christians who know a thing or two about what their own Bible says. So what you said is just.
Are you saying I can't comprehend what I read? Are you saying I can't comprehend what I read?
Kind of, yes. Let me explain.
So when it says you may buy slaves and from the heathen around you and pass them on to your children, what part am I not comprehending? Is there some special part in there when it says you can pass your slaves on to your children that I'm just not getting?
Yes. So calm down.
Don't tell me to calm down, all right? Don't tell me to calm down, because that'll just get me more riled up. Well, when people start defending slavery, I start getting annoyed with it.
No one's defending slavery. I'm trying to help
Yet
you. You are so stupid. Listen, whenever you say, I read in your Bible that I don't believe in, that you can take all the virgin girls, keep them for yourself, so that's just it, rape all around, that is stupid. It's wrong. Please let me tell you why, okay? Great. The reason you're wrong is because you must interpret every one of these 613 laws through the Talmud. Do I agree with the Talmud? No. Do I follow the Talmud? No. Then why do you suggest the Talmud? Because the Israelites kept the Talmud. It was an oral tradition that eventually got pinned down. So the people whose laws this stuff actually is, if you want to understand it the way they did it, you must interpret it the way they did it. There are 36 books, each one the size of a whole Bible, that specifically cover all of these 613 laws. So when you read a couple verses in the Old Testament and think you are as smart as the people whose law this is, who dedicate their lives to studying this, then that is, I know you're laughing, but I think you're laughing. You're really being
because your retort is nonsense. Your retort is nonsense. If you're telling...
Okay, I can't deal with you, dude. If I'm like, this is math, right? This is basic math. You have one book that says a couple verses. You're like, great, you can rape everyone, you can kill everyone, you can rape everyone. And then you're like, guys, you have to interpret this small sliver of the Old Testament with 36 books. And you're like, no, that's crazy, you're wrong. How are you so arrogant to not be like, oh my gosh, you're right. You mean this these couple pages, 50 pages that deal with the law of Moses in the Old Testament? They have 36 books to interpret this small section. How is your immediate reaction not, oh my gosh, I'm so stupid. I hope these people don't mock me ridiculously. How is that not your reaction? That has to be. This is the right answer. So I don't know what else to say to you if you're like, no, I know more than you dumb Christian. What do you do with that, Malik? What do you do with that?
I want to point out, you said I'm not here to fight, but that's the first thing. I'm just going to know, I mean, you got a very interesting point, but I still don't know what he meant by morality.
Neither does he. He also doesn't know what it means to, hey, I'm not here to fight. He doesn't know what that means either. Like, what the kind of hubris? Bro, look, if I was trying to do, Muslim counter-apologetics, and I went in and had no idea what a hadith was, and I'm like, hey, guys, your Quran right here says, oh, Christian, you're so ignorant. I'm like, no, look at your Quran. They're like, oh, have you ever heard our scholars? Have you ever heard the hadiths? Have you heard this? Have you heard this? I'm like, no, it doesn't matter. I'm right. It's like, dude, how are you trying to tell us we're wrong about our book when we have all these different categories of stuff we also adhere to, and you have no idea about it? How foolish do you look? Same thing. I mean, you don't have to agree that the Christian is automatically right, but if they point out you're missing 75% of the puzzle, you should at least read the rest of the puzzle and try to shove the pieces together and be like, okay, I'm going to keep my mouth shut before I go on the attack against Christians and slavery until I at least read all of the data I'm working with. So if you're not going to do that, you're just showing your ignorance. Go read the Talmud. It's completely wrong. I disagree with all of it. But these are the rules these people follow whose law it is. So go read that, then tell us about slavery, and if you disagree, now maybe it can sound more reasonable because you've read the books that interpret the law. Oh my goodness. Let's go back to prayer books. Just kidding, don't do that either.
Yeah, Ben, there's a reason that you heard exactly the same thing from both me and Nate.
Is that what happened last night?
Yes, that's exactly what happened last night.
Like, Ben, I didn't realize you were still here. Like, can you just type a sentence? Like, do you understand that? Like, does that compute in your brain? Like, you're clearly missing 36 books that explain this. And a short answer, no, they can't just rape them and say, you're my wife now. They cannot do that. So, short answer, by the time you go through the whole process, it's like 21 days to do this. You have to, like, separate them, provide accommodations, treat them well, lock them away, you know, keep them away from all the warriors and stuff like that. And it's like 21 days. They have to purify themselves. They have to do all these rituals. And basically, then you ask them and say, okay, will you marry me? Will you be my wife? Will you convert? Will you be among our people? And if they answer no to any one of these, you basically load them down with sacks of provisions, food and money, and kick them out the door of your city and say, good luck, go away. You provided them, you did all this. And then you're going to say something like, but the Bible says you can take them. How can you say that? You're lying. You're making stuff up. No, that's from the Talmud. So you have like 2 little verses that describe this, and you've got like 8 chapters that go into excruciating detail. So if you think, that doesn't make any sense, the Bible clearly says you can take them, and now you're saying they have a choice? How do you get there? Go read all the pertaining sections in the Talmud, and it will explain how they get there. That's got to make sense, right? Like, tell me God's a liar, tell me you hate God, tell me you don't believe in God, but at least tell me I'm missing 36 books that explain this stuff. Just tell me you understand that. Or something about Steph. What's up, Steph?
Yeah, Ben, your argument is that if God was truly all-knowing and truly good, he would have told them immediately 4,000 years ago that slavery was bad. So the fact that God didn't tell them right at the outset of Daniel's back, Daniel observed the whole thing last night too. So the fact that God didn't tell them at the outset that slavery is bad and they shouldn't keep slaves means God is bad. Now, we fully understand what the argument is that you're making, right? And you walked us through Exodus, you walked us through, I mean, at light speed, I took as much as I could, seriously. You said the Code of Hammurabi freed slaves every 3 years. That's not true, but it's okay. And part of what I was trying to explain to you was that these cultures would have all died without that. Like, and then you said, well, why wouldn't God just feed them? Free the slaves and feed them. Like, yeah, that's what happened in the Exodus. And then they immediately started worshiping a golden calf. Like, the problem is that you don't know what you don't know, and that's why I told you last night to research slavery in the ancient Near East, and that would give you some real good insight into what's actually going on and when these regulations are being given. I do fully understand what you're saying. I promise you. I just heard it for the second time.
Like we're not carrying water for God because we have to defend God. So let me just give you some ammunition. You want to have a problem with the Bible, right? Okay, here's one. Where he talks to Saul and says, hey, go slaughter. Did he leave? Bent. Come on, Bent. I was giving you ammunition. Okay, for anyone else, look. Atheists, if you want to say God is evil and bad, your best shot is still not, but your best shot is where he tells Saul, go kill everything. Men, women, kids, cows, animals, burn the plants. Like, you destroy everything. There you go. How does a Christian explain that? We don't. That's exactly what God said. That's exactly what should have been done. What do you mean should have been done? It wasn't done. Oh, so you mean Saul didn't kill everyone? Oh, well, he's good. He went against God. That's probably bad for Christians. But he saved some people, so that's a good thing, right? He didn't do what his murdering God commanded him. That is correct. So why are you smiling? Look what happened. We've got thousands and thousands of years of the descendants of those people Saul spared, and there have been millions of deaths because some people were allowed to live. But that doesn't sound like it was done in the greater good. Correct. So if Saul would have just done what God said and killed everyone, even the little babies that probably were infested by disease from their godless culture, that would have actually allowed millions and millions of people not to die in the future. Now we're getting somewhere. But does that mean God knows stuff we don't and we should just trust him and follow all his ways? Yes. That's how I'd like one of those conversations to go eventually.
I'm always good, Steph. So, Nate, what you said, it has nothing to do with the argument that I'm making. Okay, nothing. Now, here's the thing. I know, and when I did Deuteronomy 22:13, you gave me the same argument. Oh, you got to go read all the 50 books to understand what this one line means. Okay? That's what you said, and that's what you say this time. And I fully disagree with you, because here's the thing. The Bible is supposed to be the Word of God, the 613 commandments, all the stuff, right? I know the Jews have the Talmud, and that relates, it's like the Federalist Papers to the Constitution. I understand that concept. But my point is, if this is God's Word, okay, and it's supposed to be perfect, when it says you may buy slaves, I don't know what else is going to make me understand that any different, except that God said slavery is okay. Okay, because from my perspective, what I understand about morality is that it's not moral to deprive people of their autonomy under any condition unless they've committed a crime against you, right? But yanking someone off the street and saying, hey, you're going to work for me forever is not moral. And that's what God prescribes in the Bible. And there's just no way around that. Leviticus 25, 44 through 46 states it very clearly. And I don't care how many books you add to that, when it says you may buy slaves and pass them to your children as property for life, no amount of other context is going to change that attitude.
Yeah, show me. Can you show me? Hold on, Nate. Can you show me? I want to be able to see where the Bible says you can yank people off the street and make them.
Leviticus 25, 44 through 46. You can buy your slaves and keep them around you. From them you may buy slaves. You also may buy the children living among you and make them your property.
Where are you looking at again?
It's Leviticus 25. It's when God changes his mind. See, God changes his mind about Jewish slavery, because in Exodus 21, he gives you the rules on how to own Jewish slaves, male Jews. That's where the indentured servitude comes to. But that was only for male Jews. No one else had that rule in the Bible. Everyone else was slave. Okay, women property, more brides.
Just running everywhere.
Okay, hold on. Everyone pause for a second. Hold on. Ben, your mic is really loud and Malak's mic is really muffled, so it'll help the rest of us listening if you guys can try to go back and forth.
Copy that.
So you made the claim.
Go read the Talmud.
You made the claim that they're like, when they read the Bible in church, they're like, hold on, man, your homework assignment, you got to read the Talmud to understand the verse I just said from the pulpit. Is that what they do?
It's because you're not
so why do I need to read it?
It's because you're not asking about Christianity. You're asking about ancient Israelite culture and laws.
Okay, is God timeless?
Just let Malik talk.
Is God timeless, Nate? Nate, is God timeless? Don't run from the question. I want Nate to answer that. I want Nate to answer that question.
You feel in the bush? You're in the bush. Can you tell me in Leviticus where did it say to go out and get people?
Okay. I'll read the passage for you. God doesn't say, hey, go out and yank people up by their collars and drag them away. Okay.
That's exactly what you just said.
Okay. I was being a little flowery with my language, but basically he says, and I'm sorry, no, we're not supposed to be talking over because your mic is really bad.
To interpret you.
Gosh, listen. But it says, hold on, real quick, and I'll give you the context. Leviticus 25:39, he says, the stuff I said in Exodus 21, that's no more. We're not going to own Jews as slaves anymore. But then in 44, he says, hey, I know you still have slaves. This is how you get them, okay? And I'm going to read it to you.
It says how you get them? Is that what it says? Because I don't see it in there either.
Your male and female slaves are to come from the nation around you. From them, it says I got poor. From them, you may buy slaves. This is God saying you can buy slaves. Not don't buy slaves because it's bad. He says you can buy them. In fact, you may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clan born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and make them your slaves for life. Now, I don't know how many books I need to read to understand that God just said you could own slaves as property and pass them on to your children. No book's going to change that, is it?
Except the book that changes that. And it is ancient and explains it.
But how do you explain being pro-slavery except that you're pro-slavery and you're immoral? There's no other explanation.
If you would read it, you would see. Malik, I'm sorry, Malik.
Nate, honestly, is that really an answer, though? Honestly, like the book says you can buy slaves, you can pass them on to your children, make them your slaves for life. What in the Talmud am I going to read that makes me go, oh, I get that. That makes total sense now.
Everything we're trying to tell you, but as soon as we start, you go on 3 different diatribes.
I just think you're not equipped to handle this.
I would love to.
Is God timeless, Nate?
Yes.
then his rule should be the same always.
That's exactly
right? God
what
doesn't
I thought
change.
the argument is.
Bent, you're already wrong. Let me please, as a Christian, explain stuff to you. Please, trust me. We've heard, like, you act like the verse of Leviticus. We've never read Leviticus. We are very familiar with it. You're not a Christian.
Then how can you worship that God? That's what I want to know. Why would you worship a pro-slavery God? Why?
Yeah, that. Do you see where we're not getting anywhere? So earlier,
I'm asking you a question. If you know God's pro-slavery, why do you worship him?
Wait, what's wrong with slavery? Bent.
Oh, God.
Bent. Earlier, you said, it's your God, it's your laws, and you mentioned something trying to apply the laws to me as if it's true for all time. That's your misunderstanding. You're like, isn't God timeless? These are perfect. These are true for all time. No, everything in the book is perfect, and everything in the book has its place, has its time, has its context. So the reason we are not under these laws, the reason I can eat a pork banquet and all this other stuff, isn't because we changed the laws. Isn't because we did stuff different because we wanted to have our way. It's because we understand the proper way these laws are done. It's a similar thing. It's a similar thing. It's a similar thing for everything. You're like, how can the Bible clearly say you can own slaves? Which, by the way, no one's disputing it. You're saying, how can the Bible say you can own slaves? And this started with taking the virgins for yourself. And then you're saying it doesn't say that. It's like the Supreme Court. They don't change the law.
What did I say? What did I say? What did I say?
Let me help you. In between your incoherent ramblings, one of the things was slavery. The other thing, look in the mirror and say that. You were talking about slavery, and then you would oscillate between after you capture a town and after you win a war.
Yes, because he gave rules for that too. He gave rules for that too.
Why are you not listening?
Because I've heard all this before and I'm not impressed by it. Here's Deuteronomy 12. These are the decrees and laws that you must be careful to follow in the land that the Lord, the God of your ancestors, has given you to possess, and as long as you live in the land. God just said that you have to keep these rules forever.
You are so amazingly. You are so. You just read it, dude. You are so amazing.
These are the decrees and laws which you must be careful to follow in the land of.
Oh, please just shut up and listen. I want to help you so bad. Look, if you read the Bible, read the Bible. If you start in Genesis and don't just say, Google, where's slavery bad? Why is God evil? From an atheist perspective, because I also don't want to look like I believe in a God and secretly mad at him. After you're done Googling that, just read the book. Here's the progression. No one's changing God. No one's changing the law. The law God gives to Moses says these are for the people. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. These are the Israelites. These are the people who you just accurately read and completely didn't understand Deuteronomy. If you're an Israelite, here you go. Are you an Israelite? No. Am I? No. So these people, everything you read is true, but you are woefully misunderstanding. These are for Israelites. That's the answer. I want to do this for 4 more of your questions, but you won't calm down enough for me to let you. We actually have answers. If you would just be like, yes, I acknowledge the Talmud. I need to read this. I acknowledge everything you're saying. I hate you. I hate your face. I hate your God. Wait. I don't believe in a God. I can't hear what I don't believe in. I just disagree. That should be your answer. We absolutely have done this a million times. We're very well versed in all the scary parts of the Bible. That's so frustrating when we actually have answers. And I would almost beg you to disagree. But just be like, I hear everything you said. I've researched everything. I see exactly what you mean. I still think God's evil. Just do that. Why is he getting all worked up? We're being trolled, right? All right, Chris, I unleash you, Chris. Go crazy.
Can I play with him for a little while?
Okay, fine. Come back up. Here, Chris can have you, even though Chris isn't here because he's never coming back. But welcome back.
Can I reply to you real quick, Nate? And with respect, okay? With respect, Nate. I hear what you're saying. We've had this conversation before, actually. Okay? Here's the thing. You telling me...
And you still haven't read the Talmud.
But I don't, because I'm not going to read the Talmud, okay? I'm not going to read it. I don't need to.
Okay, then don't expect an answer.
Okay, but here's the thing, all right? I hear what you're saying. In order to understand the Bible, I need to read 50 other books to understand it, okay? That's what you're telling me, okay? I don't think that's necessarily the case. Now, I understand if you want to be some kind of hardcore biblical scholar and know it front to backwards and all that stuff, yeah, it would probably be a good idea to do that. But I'm saying for your general average Christian, that should be the book he needs to read, the Old and New Testament. That's God's law. Okay, God's law is unchanging. He says, always obey my law. Jesus says in Matthew, I've not come to abolish the law, but to fulfill the law, and not a jot or tittle shall be changed until all has come to pass, which makes me understand that God's law is forever, because he says it's forever, and then Jesus backs him up on it. Okay, and even if it's only for the Jews, it's still immoral, because taking people as slaves is not okay. And I don't care how many books you add to it to try and explain it, doesn't make it right. Now, thank you for letting me respond. Chris, have at me.
Wait, let me just say one more thing, if I can get through it real fast. What you said is fine and great. The reason I'm talking about other books is you say something I say all the time. You don't need other books. If you want to know about God, his plan, Jesus, and salvation, and knowing your creator, all you need is the Bible. So the only reason I'm giving you the Talmud is because you're specifically talking about the Jewish law. The reason the Bible doesn't tell everything we ever need to know and all the ins and outs about the Jewish law is because it is not relevant for salvation at all. It is not relevant for any of these Christian doctrines. This is specifically irrelevant law, and Jesus didn't abolish it. He fulfills it. So he says, it is finished. Your job is to love God and love people. In doing that, all these laws, even laws that were never meant for you, even the prophets and all this stuff that was ever done, is fulfilled in a simple belief in Jesus. If you follow the actual Christian plan, you don't need any other book. You can write what you need on a Post-it note, but if someone's going to start asking about laws and things that are wholly irrelevant, we can do that, but you're going to need to educate yourself by reading some other books.
Okay, I feel what you're saying. I feel what you're saying, okay? Education's fine. But my point is this. If I read a commandment from a boss, and I find that commandment immoral, and I go, yeah, I don't think like there's anything that could make this any better, because I don't see how any explanation is going to make owning people against their will any better. Okay, I just don't see what combination of words are going to make me go, oh, yeah, it's totally fine now to like take people's autonomy from them and beat them. Okay, it's not okay. No amount of Talmud, no nothing. Okay, all I see is God made this pronouncement, and it goes against what I understand to be moral. Okay, because I know that slavery deprives people of their autonomy. I don't want that to happen to me. I know other people don't want to, and I don't understand why God didn't understand this. Okay, and that's just one thing. Slavery is just one thing. No, because God could have freed them and said, you know what, I'm going to provide you manna from heaven. All the slaves are going to get reparations. It's going to be good, because he's God. He can do anything, but he doesn't, right?
Okay, hang on. I really want to give you to Chris and see what happens there. But, okay, so I do remember now. We've had this conversation. You've already showed, I mean, I'm not going to say bad faith actor because you said I'm not doing that. So if you truly, this is so important, and it sounds like it is to you, about the slavery, and twice now I've presented you with the way to get the answer. So when you say no amount of this, no amount of that is ever going to make it all right, I don't know what would say otherwise. Well, the way to test that is read you don't got to read 36 books.
Well, have you read it? Tell me why God is cool with slavery.
Hold on.
Tell me why slavery is okay.
Hold on. You don't have to read 36 books to understand slavery. 36 books cover the entire law. You only need to read like half a book to understand the parts about slavery you're trying to understand. But the fact that you won't even do that, I would feel a lot better about you saying God's evil if you would just say, look, Nate, I went to Shabbat.org. I've tracked down
all that's not what I did. But that's not what I did. But that's not what I did. But Nate, that's not what I did.
Why are you getting emotional? Why are you getting
Because you're like, if you'd done this, would have been fine. Like, you want to tell me what to think and feel and how I should do stuff. I'm telling you what I did and the conclusions I came to based on my own opinion.
Okay, and what you did is nothing. You read a couple verses and said, I don't know what'll change my mind.
I've read the entire Bible, all 66 books of the KJV.
The way not to be a bad faith actor is to read the relevant sections of the Talmud, and then either you'll be like, this is, wow, these are murders and people that otherwise would be put to death, blah, 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 because it's explained so meticulously. I want to follow God now. Or you're going to be like, no, there is no justification, but at least I've done what the people say, and your God's still evil. That would be fine. But you're like, no, I'm not doing anything you say to get the answer.
I get you want me to do all the extra work, but my question to you is this, okay? And this is this is the part I'm having a hard time understanding about you, okay? In my estimation, slavery isn't a moral act because it has a net negative outcome, okay? This is demonstrable, and you don't need anything except a slave. Well, ask a slave if they like slavery, and they'll say, no, it sucks, okay? And it's demonstrated.
Who would be a slave who's a murderer who would kill a whole family of innocents if it would be better if they were a slave or killing innocents. Well,
I mean, God commands. Why the only two options? Oh, you either die or you be my slave. That's not very loving. That's not something I would do if I was a master of anything. If I was running the show, I wouldn't be like, hey, you can either kill. No, again, we're talking about not murders. We're talking about slaves. And if somebody's murdered somebody, they need to be held accountable for their actions, okay? But we're not talking about that. We're talking about God saying you can buy slaves from the heathen around you. From them you may buy slaves. It doesn't say go pick out murderers and make them your slaves. It says you can buy slaves.
Exactly what it means. The child raping, child sacrificing, throat slitting murderers from around them.
But again, how many every other tribe and every other tribe was murderous and doing the wrong thing. So that makes it okay, right? So when you go, like when we go, hold on, wait. When we went into Iraq, right? Where we like, hey, these guys are eventually going to turn into terrorists. Let's just kill them all, and we'll take some slaves.
I don't want you to inadvertently confess to any war crimes right now, so just let me say this.
I've never committed a war crime. Thanks.
Okay.
And don't even joke about that.
You will be the next person to speak, Chris.
I mean,
look, okay, wait, let me, I'm in after this. Hold on. I'm in after this. Vince, I'm going to give you the real answer. This is what, in my heart, I really believe, right? I believe, because when Jesus shows up later, he corrects them on the law and talks about you said don't do adultery. If you even look at a woman in lust, you've committed adultery in your heart. Jesus corrects them and he elevates this thing to show it what it properly meant the whole time. And he talks about their hardness of heart. So he says Moses was allowed a divorce, and he says because of the hardness of your heart. So I firmly believe that while God doesn't say go get slaves, he allows for it. So why would he just say it's outlawed? I believe this gets to the crux of the thing. Are they serving God with their lips and their words, or are they serving him from their heart? I believe if you're truly serving God from your heart, he can say, hey, if you want slaves, you're allowed. And the person whose heart is honestly towards God is like, well, I don't care if I can have slaves. No, my heart is toward God. We're all created in his image. I don't want to have slaves. I believe that is the real answer. And because people have hard hearts, some of them had slaves. I'm sure there are a lot who took that approach and said, we're all created in the image of God. We're image bearers of God. I don't want to have slaves. I don't need a commandment forbidding it. I already know I don't want to do this. That's what I believe your answer is. He allows for slavery.
It's not. Why did God forbid all this other stuff then that seems innocuous? But he said,
I did say Chris would be next. I promised Chris would be next. Chris.
I want to respond to what you said real quick, and then I want to talk to Chris.
Don't make me a liar, Chris. Please say the next word, Chris.
Yeah, Ben, you don't have to respond to him. I mean, like, the whole argument is just hell. Like, so, hi, I'm Chris.
I just want to say real quick, this is going way better than it did yesterday. Like, way better.
You were doing a last night.
I was very tired and grumpy. This is already significantly.
Well, hey,
go ahead, Chris.
Hey, little buddy. Okay, so...
Little buddy? Really?
Yeah. So, okay. So...
Not sure, buddies.
I assume you're a materialist, or no? Or, like...
I'm a human being. What do you want to know?
I just asked you, are you a materialist?
Am I a materialist? I'm a methodological naturalist.
Okay. So why don't you tell us what that means, because different people are going to have different ideas about what that means.
I believe that all we can detect is a natural world, okay? And we have a method for understanding that called the scientific method. And that helps us understand the universe we inhabit, okay? I don't believe in anything outside of nature because I haven't detected it or had it been demonstrated. All I understand is that for everything we've got, it's natural, and we have a method to try and understand it.
Okay. Have you observed all electrons?
No, sure haven't.
Oh.
Why would that matter?
Oh, well, I mean, you said that we have a way of observing things, and I was just wondering how much of it you've actually observed.
Well, I'm one person, so like there are other people on the planet and they do stuff and they report their findings to people and those people go, oh, look at this. We don't think this is right. Let's try and prove it wrong. And then they find new information and they learn more stuff. It's called the scientific.
Yeah. So let me ask you, Ben, have you ever read an atheist philosopher? Should be one of your favorites, right? He's a fellow atheist guy named David Hume.
Yep.
Oh, you have? Fantastic. Okay. Can you tell me?
Are you always just condescending? Chris, are you always just condescending? Well, I think you should stop. I think you should stop. It's annoying.
Wait, who's worse, me or Chris, Ben?
Right now, Chris is. You were pretty bad last night, but you're kind of growing on me, Steph, to be honest with you.
Chris is worse.
It's like a fungus. So little buddy. So.
I'm not your buddy, dude. I'm not your buddy. All right, so knock that off. Or I'm gonna start calling you a name you're not gonna appreciate.
That's disappointing. Okay. Well, so because it seems like you're a cool dude. Like, hey, and you're a vet. Like, I like vets. Some of my best friends are vets. So, like, you know.
Do you have some black friends too?
I do. Amazingly.
I'm sure.
Yeah, great tokens.
What?
Can you tell me a little bit? Can you tell me
a token? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Hey, that's Christ's love for you, man.
So Ben, can you tell me a little bit more about Hume and his problem with induction?
No, I don't. Look. What's your point? Get to your point, because I'm not a humanite. Okay, I haven't read all his stuff. I know who he is, and I know he has a problem with induction. Okay, and I don't care. My problem. Check this out. Can you demonstrate God exists? Can you do that? Can you demonstrate that the supernatural exists?
Oh yeah, I don't care to do that. I can care less.
Okay, then why should I care about anything you have to say?
You should.
If you can't prove you're God, then why do I care?
Well, because it's the impossibility of the contrary.
Demonstrate that.
Oh, I don't have to demonstrate it. You're not the.
Well, then I'm not going to believe you. Then you have no point.
Trust me, you don't have to believe me. What I'm trying to get at here is, look, man. What I'm trying to get at here is that you've got a problem, and you need a solution to your problem. Right now, your problem is that you are basing what is called epistemology, or your theory of knowing stuff, right? You're basing your entire worldview on something that is.
What's my worldview? You
just said methodological naturalism, correct?
No, that's not my worldview. Okay, my worldview is many parts. Why are you talking like you know me? Why don't you just say what you think instead of tell me what I think?
Because it's easy. It's easy to figure you out. You're not that complicated.
You don't know the first thing about me, homie. Honestly, some of the stuff you're saying is completely.
Everything I need to know about you at this point.
Okay. Well, then you sound like an asshole. You should hang out with stuff more.
Very complicated. So anyway, Ben, what I would say is like, okay, so you are basing your epistemology, okay, on just something called empiricism, right? You're saying the scientific method, and then you want to mock people about the scientific method and all this stuff. So what David Hume did when showing his problem of induction, we could go through the essays if you like, and you could read those for yourself, and we can reconvene and we can discuss what Hume talked about. Remember, my friend, this is another atheist philosopher. He basically said that you have absolutely no philosophically relevant epistemology to base your science in. And so this caused
okay. Yeah, look, I don't care. Like, you guys say God grounds existence, right? But you can't demonstrate the God. So, like, when I can't say I don't know what grounds, like, the laws of logic, because I don't. All right? Okay. Nobody does. All right? I don't know what it is. But you're like, you know it's God. And I'm like, cool, demonstrate God. And you're like, well, I can't do that. And I'm like, then why should I listen to you? You guys are doing the same thing I am. You're just adding something to it.
Sir, I didn't say I can't do that. I just said I don't care to do that for you.
Oh, really? So what does 1 Peter 3:15 say? It says,
you.
I'm not making a claim that there's a God or anything. He's claiming God exists, and I'm like, can you demonstrate? He's like, well, I'm not going to do it for you because you can't do it. If you could, you'd have done it. You'd have been excited to do it. Just shut me up.
Sir, I'm not
Call me Ben. Why? Why won't you do it? 1 Peter 3:15.
Right.
I'm ready to give it a reason for the hope that you have. You're supposed to want to tell me.
We can't even agree on the laws of logic. I'm not even sure that you're real or that you're actually a person. So,
Okay, so now you're just copping out, right? Like the laws of logic exist and they're demonstrable. Okay, we know they work.
Okay, so are they conventions or are they universals?
Oh God, I hate this philosopher crap, dude. Can you demonstrate God or not? Yes or no?
I mean, absolutely, but I don't think you.
Then do it. Then do it. Do it. Shut me up. If you demonstrate God, I would cease being an atheist. You would be like super famous.
Like you might. It seems like you.
It seems like you're not able to demonstrate your claim.
No, I'm trying to walk you through. I'm trying to walk you through enough understanding.
No, I don't need to understand. I need you to demonstrate that God is real. Do that.
So,
don't give me a word game. Show me God.
It's
a third.
I mean, you can keep interrupting me. I mean,
I'm doing step now.
If you're that
I'm not afraid, dude. I asked you a question. Can you demonstrate God? You're like, I can, but I'm not going to do it for you.
Little buddy.
I'm not your buddy, dude. Chris, I'm liking you less and less. I'm liking Steph more and more, but less and less.
You demonstrated how you're wrong about slavery, but you didn't accept that. Why would you accept God?
Is slavery immoral? Is slavery immoral?
I mean, by what standards, sir? So, like, if you're going to tell
less
me...
The standard of human well-being, Chris. The standard of human well-being, Chris.
Standard of human well-being. Okay, so if we're going to take... So you're going to say utilitarianism, right?
I mean, if you want to call it that, fine.
I don't want to call it that. That's literally the convention of speech that we have.
I said
that says that
human well-being.
Your philosophical stance is something called utilitarianism.
Great.
If you would like to take utilitarianism, we can do that. Let's take a look at utilitarianism according to slavery. Now, if we're going to talk about, are we talking about human well-being in toto or human well-being on an individualistic level?
So, and this is where it gets because people have different goals, right? Here's the deal. I base my morals on goals. Okay. And one of my human well-being. Another one is I want to keep surviving. So if I want to keep surviving, I can figure out some moral precepts that will help me survive. If my goal is human well-being, I can sit down and figure out some moral precepts that will help me achieve that goal versus ones that will be antithetical to it.
What happens if
when somebody just wants to run around and kill everybody, right? Is that what you're gonna ask?
No. So like, I guess what I'm trying to get at, man, is like, again, in utilitarianism, whatever is going to be best for that particular situation is going to be what is moral. It seems like what you're saying, right? This is something called situational ethics, right?
I mean, it's in relation to a goal. Like, you have a goal. How do I get there? Right.
My goal is to create a country that will endure for the next 1,000 years, that will be number one in human well-being, and it will be number one in economics and military might, and it will be number one in individual well-being as well, with education, strong families, all of these things. Does that sound like a pretty good goal?
I mean, it could be.
Okay.
Depending on how you achieve it.
Yeah. So now, if I am able to achieve that goal, then you're going to be okay with that, right?
No, it depends on how you achieve it. If you do it by slaughtering the rest of the world, then that's not okay. Okay? If you're benevolent, then that would be better. Because and I did this last night. I had the same conversation every time I get to this. They're like, what if somebody wants to be a jerk and just kill everybody because that's in their best interest? That's their moral. And again, I will answer how I do every time. My morality does not prevent against people from being jerks. Neither does yours. Morality doesn't do that. They're guideposts in relation to a goal. Okay? They're ways to help you achieve goals. That's what morals are. Okay.
Right. So the country that I just described to you, some may call that the 1,000-year Reich. You see what I did there?
I already knew you were going there, dude. I already knew you were going there. I already called you out on it.
Buddy, because you are really smart, so I appreciate that. I appreciate you when I telegraphed that 1,000 years that you got what I was picking. You picked up what I was putting down.
Hold on, Charlie Kirk just got shot in the neck.
Every Christian does.
Is that moral, or would it have been okay if that guy didn't shoot him because he was someone's slave?
He was doing a debate at Utah University and he got shot in the neck 20 minutes ago.
Wait, what happened?
I don't know. Charlie Kirk, I saw that.
Charlie Kirk got shot in the neck?
Yes.
His status is unknown. Right, and if that guy was a slave, he wouldn't have been able to shoot him.
Or like.
Oh my God, you guys are idiots. Come on, stop it.
If Charlie Kirk is a bad thing for humanity, then maybe it was good he got shot in the neck according to you.
Okay, Chris, before we go on, I want to explain something to you, okay? So you understand, Chris, real quick, because I'm enjoying the conversation. Now I'm having a good time. All right, listen, understand this, okay? When I say I base my morals on well-being, you got to understand something else too. I also have a couple other things that I add to it. I add the non-aggression principle, okay, very important. All right. And then also, too, I go by this standard, which is I believe I have the right to live my life as I see fit and exercise sole dominion over my own life, so long as in doing so, I don't interfere with the equal rights of others to do the same. Now, when I start with this non-aggression principle, I will not aggress you, I will not commit force or fraud on you unless I'm defending myself or my cat, right? I won't aggress you. I have no interest in causing harm to you. And if you're living your life as you see fit and not interfering with my right to live my life as I see fit, I don't care what you do. I don't care. You want to be gay? You want to be a uber Christian? Hate all gay people? Go ahead. As long as you're not hurting anybody, I don't care. I care about what people do with their beliefs. Okay, the actions matter. What you think is less important. And I like talking about what people think. But understand that when I say my morals are based on human well-being, it's also on the fact that we ought to not screw with each other because it's beneficial to us all. Okay, this is my, if you want to call it like my moral worldview.
What if in my morals you're not a human being?
Again,
yeah, I mean,
but Malachi, this is the same thing. Everybody comes to this, and I know you've heard me say this. The question always is, what if somebody wants to be a jerk? And I'll say it again.
Well, I'm not a jerk. I just don't think you're a human being. Okay, I don't think you're a human being. My morals do not include, it's all like...
Right.
How is that immoral?
Jerk. It means
how is that being immoral?
Because I am a human being. It's demonstrable.
You're holding me to your worldview. I don't think you're a human being.
Look, my worldview is this: leave people alone. Leave people alone. Let them live.
I don't think you're people. I don't think you're people.
So what? Hang on. Wait.
Brett, let me just ask you real quick, Ben.
How does he say he's not a human being? I want to understand that.
He's just saying. I'll help you out with that. Chris, go ahead.
He's making an example, but
it's the same example every time.
Example for you. So Ben, I would assume that you're extremely anti-abortion, then, right?
No, I'm pro-choice, and there's a reason for that. Well, hold on a second. I'll tell you why. Hear me out before you lose your shit or your stuff. Sorry, stuff. Hear me out. The reason I'm pro-choice is because I do not want to live in a world where the governments can point guns at women's heads and force them to have children they don't want. I am not pro-abortion. Understand that. I would love if we could figure out a way, and I know there's ways to do it, to reduce the number of abortions that happen. I would think that would be great because I'm sure that women having abortions probably not having a very good time with it. Okay, so I am not pro-abortion, but I am pro-choice because I don't want governments telling people what to do with guns. Okay, now that doesn't solve the problem of all these abortions happening, but there's a solution to that too. The solution is called education and allowing women to be in control of their reproduction. That's how you solve those problems, not by banning it.
Education, that's going to work really well. So
wait. Are you bad-mouthing education? Are you serious?
Oh, of course. Yes, education.
Why? Why, knowing things about sexuality is harmful somehow? How?
I mean, you clearly don't know anything about it. But like, let's
Your mom thinks I know something about it, Chris. She's definitely knows.
All right, boys.
So let's
that doesn't sound moral.
Yeah, let's circle back so that
I can't make it your mom joke.
So you said that you don't want the government using guns to tell people what to do. Essentially, I'm paraphrasing here.
No, well, that's not exactly what I said. It's not exactly what I said. I said I don't want the government to be able to point a gun at a woman's head and force her to have a child she does not want.
So now, what happens if there's a guy who decides that he loves raping and killing women? Should the government use a gun?
This is the same thing every time. Yes, because what are they doing? No, but what are they doing? They're violating someone's autonomy, right?
Right.
By raping and robbing them.
Locke was asking his question.
I understand, but the thing is, the difference between somebody raping and robbing a human, like that's outside the womb, versus that's inside the womb, it's called personhood.
Oh, okay, yes.
Now,
so you are going to determine for the rest of us.
No. The law. No. Understand what I'm saying. Stop. That's not what I'm saying.
Chris, location makes a person.
No, that's
You're inside the box, you're a person. If you're outside the box, you're not a person.
Chris, that's not what I'm saying.
Wait, that's not what you're saying? Because
I understand. Chris, stop. I will explain it to you so you can understand, okay? Now, I know that people believe life begins at conception, and if you want to believe that, that's fine, okay? What I'm talking about is under the law. Now, when a person is born, they become a person, okay? We consider them a human. They have rights, okay? They have a social security number. Before that, the law doesn't really say. There are some different things, like if you shoot a pregnant woman, you can get charged for double murder, okay? There's that. But generally, we consider people human once they come out the box. And before that, they're the property of the mother. Now, I understand. Hold on. Real quick.
The property of the mother is horrific. I've never heard that.
Yeah, that's like.
Well, I mean, okay, here's the thing. Hold on. I mean, if it's in my body, I own it, right?
No.
Like if I had a tumor, it would be my. If I had a tumor, it would be my tumor, right? It wouldn't be the government's tumor, right? It would be my tumor.
If I shot you with
These are tumors?
I wanted it back.
No, I'm saying they're groups of cells, though, and they're zygotes, okay? But listen, I'm talking about personhood versus an embryo, okay? Now, this is a legal definition, okay? This is legal definition, and this is how we operate under laws in the United States, right? We have certain definitions.
Is that a moral definition of the law?
Well, here's the thing about that. No, I don't agree with that because, like, I'm against the war on drugs. I think banning drugs is immoral. But here's the thing. Okay.
Twists and turns here, man.
I know there is, and I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you that it's not pretty or neat. Okay, I'm agreeing it's not pretty or neat. Okay, but it's the best we have.
It's self-contradictory, and so descending into absurdity at this point.
I'm sure you can think that, but I don't think you completely understand what I'm saying. I understand.
Demonstrated that because
I understand. Look, I understand that the whole abortion thing is like an impossible thing unless you're just like ban it all, no abortions ever, blah blah blah. But that's not reality. Okay, we know that that's not the way to solve the problem.
All of human history up until like 50 years ago in America.
I know. I'm pretty sure that abortions have been happening since day one. Okay, just because they're outlawed doesn't mean they don't exist. Just like drugs being illegal doesn't mean people stop doing drugs, right? Just because murder is illegal doesn't mean people don't kill.
So
what's it about?
Yeah, you're just man. I should. You know what? I'm gonna shut up and just let you talk because the more that you talk, the more inconsistencies keep showing up.
Okay, listen. Again,
I'm confused on what's moral now. Can you give me the definition of morality again?
Okay. Here's the thing, all right? My position is this. If it's in your body, it's yours, okay? You get to decide what to do with it, all right? If it's your baby, whatever you want to call it, child, fetus, whatever, it's your decision to do what you want with it. Now, you disagree with that, and that's fine. I can understand why you would disagree with that. I understand that you can think that that's horrific. I get it. Okay, I'm not saying that my position is pretty or nice or anything. This is a difficult thing to feel good about in any stretch of the imagination. Okay, from my estimation. Okay, I am not pro-abortion. I promise you that. Okay, I think that we should definitely try and drive down the number of abortions that people have because I think it's just a net negative on the people having the abortions. Like, I don't think it's good for them. Okay, it's probably not a pleasant event. So my point is that because it's not perfect, we're gonna have to draw some lines somewhere. We're gonna have to. Okay, I draw the line at person. When a baby comes out of the body, it's no longer dependent on the mother. Now it's a person. Now it has protection under the law. I think that as long as it's in the woman, it's her decision and the reason I say that is because I don't want somebody making that decision for me. You know, I live in Georgia and they have the stupid heartbeat law. There's a lady who's brain dead or whatever, and they're keeping her alive because they don't want the baby to die, and the family's like, we don't want this. Like, this is not what we want. You have people outside of the individual making the decisions, and I'm not for that. I'm an individual. Okay, I want to make my decisions. I want to be in charge of what I do, and so I don't like when government steps in and does things.
Is murdered, and they do, double homicide. That's wrong because they're murdering,
Yeah, can I be honest with you? That's a great question. I honestly don't even know how I feel about that because, like, I get it. It makes sense to say double murder, like, because it does kind of make sense. You killed something that could be born, right? So you X that out. All right, so that, I can understand why, but also too, I think that they do that to say, oh yeah, see, baby's a baby all the time, and if you kill it in the womb, it's murder, and I get that, and again, this is not. No, what I'm saying, if a woman decides to end her pregnancy,
I'm asking you about is it murder or not? Give me the short answer, and then give me all the nonsense. Honestly,
I can't. Like, if I shot a woman who was pregnant and she died, and of course the fetus died, in my estimation, I would say that's a double murder because on this point, I would be assuming that she would want to carry that child to term and want to have intent, and I X that out.
So intent, I see you're making about intent. So if I take your property, right, I end you because I don't even think you're a person. My intention is not to deprive a person from property. I'm deriving a thing from property.
I got you. And like I said,
so it's not immoral. I can, in your worldview, I can do all these things.
Right.
I can send you the woods.
When you compare it to this, a very good answer. When you compare it to a pregnant woman, like I get your analogy. That's a tough one. That's honestly a tough one because my position is this. I'm going to defend a woman's right to do with her body what she wishes. I'm going to defend that. Okay, that's my position. Now, once the baby comes out and has all the legal personhood rights that we understand, okay, as a human being.
What I'm saying is he has the legal person rights. Because if a baby dies, it's legally a double murder. That's a legal right. The baby is being, the law is protecting it.
Right.
Right.
And that's not all 50 states though. That's not even all 50 states. That's why I'm like, yeah, I don't know. It's like that's a gray area, and I don't necessarily have a good answer. I'm not even a woman, dude. I don't know what it's like to carry a child.
Is there a state out there that if a baby dies in a car accident, in a murder, in the womb, that's not a double murder?
I'm sorry. Go ahead and say that again.
Is there a state out there? Can you point out? I'm not aware. And I'm asking because it's totally.
I think Louisiana or
Louisiana, if a mother is murdered.
It counts as a double murder. It might be Ohio or something. There's a couple of states I think that have the law.
That doesn't count as a double murder.
No, that it does count as double murder.
I think it's across 50 states.
Oh, is it? Is it all 50 states? Okay, then fine. And if that's the law, that's the law. It's fine. And again, what I'm talking about is personhood. Okay, what under the law is considered a person. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. And again, I will defend a woman's right to do with her body as she pleases, even if I disagree with it, okay? Because I want to be able to do with my body as I please, even if you disagree.
Hey, Ben, can I ask you a quick question?
You can ask me anything you want.
Okay. Yeah. We started this conversation on God is immoral because he was willing to rob people of their autonomy and personhood without justification. And we are ending this conversation with it's okay for women to rob people of their personhood and autonomy without justification because that is moral. Right. I'm just wondering if you have any psychological.
I feel you. I hear what you're saying, and I will say this: God, and the reason there's a difference, in my opinion, is because God is supposed to be the all-knower of everything, the perfect being. He's got all the right answers. Okay. Now, humans are idiots. We're cousins of chimpanzees, and we act like it all the time, right? So I'm less impressed with God and just accept humans are going to be idiots and do human stuff. So I'm like, yeah, it's kind of par for the course. Doesn't make it good or right or wrong or anything like that.
Maybe my question wasn't clear. I'm not asking what you think about God. I'm asking about your own internal
dilemma when you say that a murderer or a prisoner of war who had previously been raping and sacrificing little babies gets put into slavery in Israel. That person has more right to autonomy than a 39-and-a-half-week old, week baby.
Right. So Seth, when the argument to go to war with a neighboring town because they don't believe like you, okay, and I know that they're sacrificing babies to Moloch and all that, okay. When I read that, it sounds a little farcical to me. They may have been bad people, okay, may have been. It's possible. But it doesn't do
They were raping babies, Ben. They were raping babies and dashing their heads against the rock. That's what extra biblical documents also say.
Okay, fine. Those people, you know what, here's the thing. Okay, let me try and give you a different example. If we found out that in some country there was a percentage of people that were raping babies and bashing their heads open, right? And we were like, we're going to send our military in and kill everybody. That's not okay, right? You don't kill everybody. Oh, you know what? They're probably going to end up raping babies too, so we just got to kill everybody. That's what God does, okay? Don't leave anything left behind except for the virgin girl sent them. And if you don't kill everybody, God gets mad at you and says, I told you to kill
That's not everyone. Well, the moment you said but, that's not everyone.
No, but what I'm saying is God gives these rules like, hey, those people over there, I don't like them, go slaughter them. Keep the virgins for yourself. Those are his commands, right?
But that's exactly what abortion is, right? Some women say they don't like the baby.
Some people say that, and then we get we get into the question of personhood. But my point is God's supposed to be perfect, and He comes up with these very imperfect tenets and attitudes towards people. And
condemn these imperfect people. Can you condemn these imperfect people for
even him being perfect? Even supports farther why he does whatever he does is justified because
if I was God, I would never tell anybody to go slaughter a town and virgins for yourself. I would never say that. I would never say that.
It's okay for a woman to have an abortion because
it is okay for women to make a decision what to do with their own bodies. Yes, it is. It's okay for them to make their decision what to do with their own bodies. Yes, that's okay.
Why are you saying now God doesn't do that when you literally do it yourself?
First of all, God hasn't been demonstrated to be real, and if this character is real,
now we're going to reality.
Well, hold on. No, listen. God's in a special category, right? He's not a human. He's not God's not a special category.
He shouldn't be in any special category. It should appeal to all of us, right?
Really? So slavery should appeal to all of us.
Yes. If you say that your morality, let me finish, because you're saying is right. The law of morality appeals to your understanding and goals, right? And so
my morality, the rules I make up.
Yes, exactly. So according to you, having an abortion, basically, if a woman chooses to have an abortion, whether that is she must have it or she chooses to have it, you're saying is it's okay because it's her right. And the same way that is saying, right, God is appealing to that and saying it's okay, it's fine. But now you have a problem with God.
You have to demonstrate that that's actually okay.
For example,
demonstrate God.
Listen. You said earlier, right? You have a problem with God telling the Israelites to have slaves, right? And we told you,
yes.
Right? Let's stick to the slave part, right? We told you that God decided, right? Those people that were doing such like criminal or killing babies, whatever, they are deserving of to be slaves to the Israelites, and God determined that. You shouldn't have an issue with that because you're determining that it's okay to have an abortion if the woman chooses. So in the same way, God is appealing to the Israelites. If they choose to have slaves, they can. So what is the problem with that?
The problem is that slavery is immoral. And anybody that would say it's okay is not a moral actor. Okay?
How is it immoral? If you say...
Do you want to be a slave, then?
Do you
want to be a slave?
Do you want to be aborted, Ben? Do you want to be aborted? Like, do you see how the logic doesn't work?
Steph, do you know that if abortions had been legal when my mom was pregnant with me, I wouldn't be here?
That's tragic. Okay? That's like the worst thing ever.
But what's the wrong with that?
Because that doesn't make you sad at all?
No, because she didn't, and I'm here. And if she did, I wouldn't know it.
Oh, that's just
so basically
so
knowledge. So you wouldn't know what a slave feels like. No. it wouldn't mean you wouldn't.
I asked you, God, do you want to be a slave? God, do you want to be a slave?
Let me, Ben. You
want to be a slave, yes or no?
To be a slave? No, then listen, okay? Because
You're a slave to Satan, so I guess you lose.
I don't believe in Satan.
If we go by feeling, then according to you, you don't know what it feels to be like a slave back then, so you shouldn't have a problem with it.
Wait, what's back then have to do with anything?
That you just said you wouldn't care if you were aborted back then because you wouldn't know or whatever, right?
Well, I wouldn't know.
That's horrible. Exactly. So you wouldn't know what it means to be a slave back then. So
really, I can't empathize with what it would be. Hold on that. Are you telling me that because now I'm 54 years old that I wouldn't be able to understand what it might be like to be?
That's your word.
I'm sorry, what?
That is your word.
You were like 19.
Tell Steph.
I get that a lot.
Since you don't feel like.
I'm not following you, dude.
You sound, yeah.
No, I'm not following you. I asked you, would you want to be a slave?
The feeling, right? The feeling you just said. Steph said, "Hey, that's horrible," right? And you said, "Oh, it wouldn't matter to you because you weren't back then and you couldn't have felt anything." Right?
I was probably like 18 cells. What I know.
But would you
Would
you say now that was horrible back then? Like that would have been horrible?
No, it wouldn't have had anything to do. I mean, it would have had something to do with me, but I wouldn't have known it. It would be nothing. I wouldn't exist. That's all.
Ben, have you ever been pregnant?
No.
Okay. I mean, it's 2025. I just got to check. All right.
No, and I think I said too that I don't like to be a woman or carry a child or anything. This is just from my man perspective.
I gotcha. Okay. So maybe around 18 weeks, you start to feel the baby move, right? This is pretty early. This is less than halfway through. The baby moves in the body the way the baby moves outside of the body.
I felt it.
For example.
I know.
Yeah. So for example, my daughter, who's 10 now, got hiccups every night after every meal I had. Like every time at dinner, she would get hiccups for like the last, 4 months of the pregnancy. This was an incredibly reliable, like clockwork thing. She is 10 years old and she still gets hiccups after dinner every night. It is the bizarrest thing. There's no like, the criteria that you're setting here don't work. Like you would either have to be both anti-slavery and anti-abortion by your criteria of autonomy, or you would have to be pro both.
No, and I get that, but here's the thing, Steph. Again, when it's in the woman's body, I say she has the right to do what she wants with it. And again, I will say this is not pretty. I agree that there's not good answers here because somebody's going to die, somebody's going to be upset. Like it's bad all the way around. I get it. That's why I don't say I'm pro-abortion. I'm not pro-abortion. I would like to actually reduce the number of abortions. Okay? I think that would be a good thing for humanity, right? But you don't do it by banning it because banning doesn't work. I don't know if you've ever met
that's
they don't give a shit about the rules.
Yeah, that's a different. What we're asking is not what you think should be legislated. What we're asking is how do you? Okay, so on the one hand, you come in and you say God giving regulations. Let's forget all of the explanations about what the regulations for slavery are because you and I went over those last time, right?
Right.
And so we'll set those aside. On the one hand, you're saying God is allowing and even encouraging slavery by these regulations. And this is bad because, and the reasons you're giving for it being bad are that it robs people of their autonomy, people are not property. These are things we all agree on, right? The problem is that you then completely do a 180 in a different situation. For example, the woman who is who's unfortunately in a brain death status right now, who's being kept on life support to complete the pregnancy, that is a situation, what a horrible thing, but it is not harming her. Like, she is unconscious, and you are advocating for,
what about the family? What about the family that have to pay for it and has to deal with it against their will?
Wait. Yeah, okay, so here's what I'm saying. You in just this conversation, you are saying that potentially a baby raping prisoner of war murderer who licked his lips at the idea of penetrating a 2-year-old little girl has more right to autonomy than an unborn child in a woman's body who is experiencing brain death and has no sensation whatsoever. The problem is this is exactly what you're saying.
That's not what I said, though. Because I never said.
Hold on, I'm just going to get through that of it. Your own view is internally inconsistent. So at this point, we're not even arguing whether you're right or wrong. We are trying to illustrate to you that your view is really inconsistent.
Stephanie, I understand. Okay, I understand. Listen, I get what you're saying, and I understand from y'all's perspective. You're like, that guy's a hypocrite. I get it. Okay, I understand what you're saying. All I'm saying is this: God should have known better than to give prescriptions for slavery. And even if, all right, and I agree with you. If there's a baby raper, kill him, screw him, right? Okay, but Leviticus 25:44 does not say go get all the baby rapers. It says you may buy slaves from the Union. I know you think that means they're automatically baby rapers, okay? But just because someone is different than the clan that's buying you doesn't mean they're terrible outright, okay? Even if God thinks they are. So there's that. All right, I think God got slavery wrong, and anybody with a above IQ room temperature would know that slavery is not okay.
No,
even if you come with all these make up examples. But the second thing is, and I understand that I'm claiming autonomy for people who are grown up and all that. But again, I go back to if it's in the woman's body, she gets to control it. And I know that's not popular for people. I understand,
Okay.
and there's not going to be much I'm going to be able to say to you.
The two are inconsistent. They don't match. Those two positions don't match each other.
I understand.
So you're sort of conceding that you're okay with the idea that those two positions don't match because it's based on how it makes you feel. One feels more icky than the other.
Well, no, it's just that I don't want to live in a world where a government can go, hey, we're going to point a gun at you and make you do something, regardless of what it is, abortion, whatever, right? I don't want to live in that world. So I am pro-choice because I don't want to allow governments to get that much power. Because
we're talking about morality.
No, it is. The government is in charge. The government is the one making the rules about abortion, right? They're the ones that decide, hey, this state says you can't, this state says you can't, right? I'm saying I don't want government to have that power over people because even though, like you could be like, yeah, you gotta save the babies, right? I understand that. I understand what you guys what motivates y'all, okay? I don't worship the devil. I'm an atheist genius. That was nuts. Hey, it's just I am trying to stand up for rights of individuals, okay? And I know you can say, but the baby's an individual. And again, we have to go back to personhood under the law. And again, I will freely admit that this looks incredibly hypocritical and it's not pretty. I understand all of it, okay? But I'm just telling you, I say it's more important to keep government out of our lives.
Are you okay with the government telling you what is a person?
I mean,
like where do you draw the line with what the government's allowed to do and not to do?
Well, okay.
How do you determine that?
As a libertarian, I want the government to follow the Constitution and respect our individual rights because this country was founded on the concept of defending individual rights. Okay,
so does the baby in the womb get individual rights?
Well, not till they're a person. And again, this is where it goes to.
And how do you determine that? How is it that you want the law to determine that?
As soon as they come out, I don't know the exact legal definitions, but like once the cord's cut and they take their first breath,
I want to know how is it that you're determining that you're okay that the government is deciding what a person is, and then over here you're saying something about not the government. Like I get what you're asking.
So you're
two different fields trying to make.
No, not exactly. Because the government, when we have laws, they have to describe who the law applies to, right? So when we talk about persons, what are we talking about? Now, generally, a lot of people put value on the experience we're having, this conscious experience, right? And so
I'm not following because I'm not asking you about that.
Okay, what are you asking me about?
Again, how do you determine what the government is allowed to do and not to do?
Well, we have the Constitution for that, and the Constitution has one sole purpose. The United States has one sole purpose, and that is to limit what governments can do to individuals. Period. That's the
okay. Does that include baby boom?
No, because the Constitution.
How do you determine that? How are you determining that the law can distinguish that? The government has decided.
The government has decided in the United States, I'm sure they do other places, what a person is because people have rights, right?
Okay.
Right. So the government decides.
So we're going back to the argument. When someone kills a pregnant woman, they murder one person or two people according to the government?
It depends. Yeah, it depends on which state you're in, and also.
Let me.
Tell me which state it is. That doesn't sound like I don't know what state that is.
There are 17 states granted.
Mention five of them. I don't know.
Can I finish my sentence? So I just want to iterate this because you said it should be applied to all 50 states. It's not. There are at least 17 that grant personhood to the fetus. Out of those 17 states, Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, Texas, Missouri, there are 17 states. So if this occurs within that state, then that fetus has personhood. However, a good attorney can represent the client, the victim in this situation, that this woman had all intention to bring this child into the world, and therefore this person, whether it was intentional or unintentional, had a result of both the mom being dead and the unborn fetus being dead. Therefore, it is now considered, whether it be a double vehicular homicide or a double murder, right?
Yeah, and I think that's what I said too. Like, if they're planning to carry a term, like, that has a difference.
I understand that, but I don't. Okay, so how does the government decide? Like, where is this? Like, where is it that they decide, or what mechanism are they using to decide when a person is a person and not a person?
I mean, isn't it when they cut the cord and they start breathing on their own? That's what I always understood. But I'm not a lawyer.
I said the government, like the government.
Right. Like,
because you're making illegal. You're saying the government's not allowed to do this, but then the government's allowed to do that. I want to know where this line is at.
Okay, when government makes laws, right? When they make a law, they have to describe who it applies to. They can't just be like this law, but not say who it's for, right? So, like, when they're saying this is going to protect a person, they have to describe what a person is in the law, so we understand that it's not a dog or a cat or a paper bag or something, right?
Okay, so if in the law we write it that you are not a person, is that okay?
Okay, so I hate these hypotheticals. This always happens, like every time.
No, that actually didn't happen.
No, I'm saying. So, I mean,
not hypothetical.
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't.
Groups of people, one person.
I'm a person.
But who decides? Like, who has the power to decide if you're a person or not?
I mean,
is it a legal power? Is it a moral power?
Well, I mean,
what is it? Is it my feelings? What makes you a person? Do I feel you're a person? Does the law make you a person?
When personhood is under the law would decide what a person is.
Okay, so if the law says that you're not a person, is that okay?
I mean, am I a person though? Like,
I'm confused now. Is it the law? I'm not talking about Trump. Is it the law or my feelings that decide you're a person?
I'll answer the question. Hold on. If Trump comes out right now and says anybody with satanic temple PTRs are not people, I'm going to go, no, I'm a people. Okay?
You're not answering the question. This doesn't answer my question. Because you're saying something the law and the government is able to define. And I'm asking. So if the government decides that you're not a person, are you no longer a person? Or is it? So it's not the legal. So it's not the law that decides you're a person.
No. If when we
it is the law, or it's not the law.
Stop. You're mixing two things. You're mixing two things up. All right.
Okay. What do I mix?
If the law applies to you, okay, like if I violated the law, right? I broke some law, and they're like, well, you don't fit the let's 12 and I did some bad act. I'm like, under the law, we're not going to treat you as an adult because the law says an adult is this. Okay, the law says a child is this. The law says a person is this. And if I'm going to be, I'm not going to give it up. If I'm going to be, persecuted under the law, then that law has to state what I am in order to persecute me, right?
Yeah, the law says you're not a person, so.
When did the law say I'm not a person? Why did the law
I'm just saying, in this conversation, the law says you're not a person, or you are not a person.
So who's saying this? Who's saying this? Like, the government just come out and say nobody's a person, or just me? Like, is this something that happens? Like, what are we talking about here?
It did happen in World War II. It has happened.
But it's based on.
It happened in World War II.
I'm trying to stay with
happened in World War II.
The Jews were not considered people.
Oh, okay. So when bad actors do crappy stuff, yeah, why should we care what the bad actor thinks?
I'm not asking about bad actors. I'm talking about the legal standard.
Right. What I'm saying, if the legal standard is made up by a maniac, I don't have to pay attention to that standard. right?
Also, your feelings get decided with. Okay, so now we're going this way.
So
it's not the legal standard. It's your feelings.
See it.
It's your feelings.
Yes, it's all about feelings.
So why are you pointing? Why are you pointing?
It's all subjective.
Why are you pointing me to the law if it's all your feelings?
Because laws are based on. Okay, you know what? Here's the thing.
Like it's either the law or your feelings or something else. Which one is it?
When the government says murder is illegal, they go, okay, well, what's a murder? Well, when you see somebody's life, okay, through force or fraud, all right, there's a legal definition. If you take somebody's life through force or fraud against their will, that's a murder, right? That's the definition under the law. Now, I could call, Lana Del Rey's cover of some song that she murdered.
I'm not following because I don't understand the analogy.
Okay, what I'm saying is the law states things like, this is illegal because of this reason, right? These are the parameters of this thing being illegal. This is who it applies to. This is the punishment for it. Governments make those up, right?
I still don't follow because I want to find out how you decide what's a person.
What? How do I decide?
That's all I'm trying to figure out. Who decides you're a person? If I write a law that you're not a person, are you not a person
who decides
anymore?
I'm a person?
Is it a moral? Is it a feeling? What is it?
I decide I'm a person. There you
is
go.
it the law?
No.
So you decide.
It's been up saying I'm a person. I claim personhood. Ding dong.
Okay. You're a person. So the government putting all that whatever agenda like the government. So let's put the government aside then. All that. So government is not applying here because we're dealing with what you were saying.
But the government protects my personhood under the law. They recognize I'm an individual, and they say, you know what? We're not going to mess with them, and you can't mess with them either because we defend the rights of individuals. Duh.
So why is the baby not a person?
Again, this goes back to personhood. And the law states that...
no, it's not the law. The law doesn't define. We already agree that the law doesn't define personhood.
Oh, we're not talking about...
why is he not a person?
Who defines what a person is?
Your feelings?
Well, I mean, since I'm not like a molecular biologist, I don't know that I can necessarily draw the line on when personhood is. I think people smarter than me could probably do that. But, again, I will go back to my position is I would prefer a woman or an individual to be autonomous over their body and not let somebody else tell them. I don't follow
because that's not what I'm asking.
Okay,
I don't understand what that means. I'm asking you about who decides when you're a person that gets your feelings. We already agreed that it's not the law. That we already put that in stamp it. We put it in the law. The law doesn't.
What do you have against like a feeling
you admit that it's you just admit because it's your feeling. You admit it that it's not the law that you're making.
Welcome back to hell. It's a repeat of last night.
Yeah, when have I ever said it based on my feelings? We've had this conversation.
Stop making the legal argument.
I've never said that it wasn't based on
conflating the issue every time you make the legal argument. Stop conflating the issue. Just you stand on your square and say, yes, it's my feelings. I don't think you're a person.
But I've always said that.
Now, in the same way, if I don't think you're a person because it's my feelings, how is that wrong?
Because again, if you go back to, and why do we always run through this? This is all you do is say, if I don't want to respect you, then there's nothing wrong with it because it's my feelings. But you've taken out the respect aspect, which is my sole foundation is respect individuals' autonomy.
But you're not a person.
You don't want to do that. You're just like, well, what if I don't want to
You're not a person. If you're not a person, you have no autonomy.
And again, I can't defend against that because my moral system doesn't prevent that.
Malik, what methodology are you using to determine that this person you're talking to, Bent, is not a person?
The same method that he's talking about is feelings. If he can use his feelings to determine personhood, I can use my feelings to determine personhood.
Where is he using his feelings to...
He just admitted it like 6 times.
About personhood?
Yes. He said it was his feelings.
He just admitted, said it was his feelings.
I said I'm not a microbiologist, and I can't tell you exactly, when a person starts under science or the law or whatever. Okay, but my opinion is that women ought to be able to control their thoughts.
It's a feel-good moment where he says that's a person, that's not a person.
So hang on. We can dive into that. What is a methodology to determine what makes a person? Could you all do that?
Yeah. Go ahead. Tell me. How do you? We already established that the law doesn't determine you're a person.
No, not legally. Let's not talk about legal personhood. Let's just talk about personhood in general. In reality,
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
In reality, no. The legal's different, right? So
I agree. That's why we're putting it aside.
So
Ben, you heard the question. What determines personhood?
What I would personally consider personhood, as soon as you come out the box, cut the cord, and you're breathing on your own, and you're a person.
Oh, okay. So it's your feeling of where they're at.
It's my opinion, yeah. That's the best thing.
In my opinion, if my opinion said you're not a person, I'm not committing a crime against you because you're not a person. That's my opinion.
Okay, again, remember, I start my moral system on the non-aggression principle and the fact that people have the right to live their lives.
It's non-aggression. I'm not aggressing a person.
Right. Okay. And again, you do this every single time we have this conversation. Okay. My moral system does not prevent you from being a jerk. It doesn't.
So if it's not a person, what is it that you're aggressive?
I don't know. I don't have an opinion yet. But my opinion so far is that he's not a person.
Is it alive? Is it alive?
The tree's alive, but not a person.
Okay. So are you saying that this individual you're dialoguing with is a tree?
No, what I'm saying is that I have an opinion.
Okay.
I have an opinion, and if my opinion says he's not a person, he can't say that I'm being a bad character because, in my opinion, he's not a person. I don't have an opinion on what he is, but I determined that, in my opinion, he's not a person.
So
I don't care about that. So I can take his property, I can take his things, I can do whatever I want. Because he's not a person.
But again, Malachi, listen, that's the problem. You can think I'm not a person all day long. You can think I'm scum of the earth all day long. I don't care. As soon as you violate my autonomy, now we got a problem.
In my opinion, you have no autonomy. You're not a person.
Okay, so you
I'm not violating anything that I don't believe you have.
So you make that claim. So can you end this non-person's life?
Well, I don't believe he has life.
Wait, you don't?
Because it's my opinion.
You don't.
It's my opinion.
Okay, so
in the same way that I can cut down a tree. In the same way that I can cut down a tree and the tree is no longer breathing, the tree is no longer exhaling carbon dioxide. If he's not a person, I can do whatever I want. In my opinion.
Are you saying this thing that you don't call a person, is it alive or is it non-living?
In the same way, in my opinion, the same way as a tree.
Okay, is the tree alive?
The tree's alive.
Great. So is this thing that you're not calling a person, is it alive?
Yeah, I can admit that he's alive, yes.
Okay, great. So what gives you the authority to end its life?
In the same way that I can cut my grass. I can cut grass. I can go to a field and pull off weeds. I can step on it. I can step on a weed on the sidewalk. Anything that doesn't have
great
personhood.
I get it, Mikhail. So how about a puppy? Can you go kill a puppy for no reason?
I don't think he's a puppy.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you can though.
You can kill a puppy
yes.
without suffering any consequences?
Dog breeders put dogs down all the time. You can put a cat down because it pees on your carpet. Like, can you abuse a puppy? No. Can you put a dog or cat down? Yes.
Okay, so...
The problem with Christianity is it takes away your sense of compassion and empathy.
No, you don't.
Because all you've done is say, hey, I want to kill you because
you're putting a legal standard above abortion. You have no empathy and compassion in the legal standards. The legal standard dominates.
It sounds like he's arguing from your arbitrary definition of what personhood is.
No, but here's the thing. I get his point. I get the point he's trying to make. Look, I get the point he's trying to make. I understand what he's trying to do because that's what every Christian does when I do this. It's the same thing every time.
Let me address that real quick.
To do something that's outside your interest.
It's the same thing every single time.
And again, I answer the same way.
When I tell my kids to clean their room, and they say, "Yes, Dad, I'm listening. I understand." And I go to their room and it's still messy. Did they understand?
Okay.
No. So the fact that you're saying I understand, yes.
No, I understand.
Yeah, the moment you say you understand and go back to your nonsense, you just told me you did not understand.
It's nonsense. Your point point is nonsense because, again, you are removing from the equation.
Don't insult me by saying you understand.
I do understand what you're saying because you've said it a bunch of times.
Okay, if you understand it, right after that.
What you're saying is that
you understand.
No, I do. What you're saying is, based on my feelings, I don't consider your moral standard important at all, and I can do whatever I want because it's just based on my opinion. Just like yours is based on your opinion. Opinions don't mean shit because everybody's got one. There's no foundation to say this is the right opinion. I understand what you're saying. We've had this conversation so many times, dude.
Then why are you objecting to my worldview? She go, yes, I'm wrong. I have a faulty view.
No,
I don't know how to correct it. I want to hold on to my faulty view.
No, you can't.
I have a bad view and I accept it.
Demonstrate objective morality. You can't demonstrate it. I can demonstrate subjective morality all day long, but you can't demonstrate your God said it. And until you can, you have nothing. I like getting jacked up like this, actually.
So is there any place in the world where murder is right?
Okay. I'm going to try this one more time, and I'm going to do it as calmly as possible, okay? My moral system is...
Can you answer my question and then do the calmly thing?
I'm going to because...
So start with answering my question and then you can
How many times have we had this conversation? How many times have we had this same
It's the
exact
second
conversation? It's the same thing over and over again. Just go back to what I don't want to play by the rules.
So...
No,
not really far out.
I don't want to play by the rules.
Someone that I don't like talking to atheists can do this to you. So again, is murder anywhere in the world okay?
I would say as a general rule, no, but there's always exceptions.
So okay, you're saying that somewhere in the world murder is okay?
Like, I would have to think like.
No one feels wrong because of murder.
Let's define murder real quick. What are you talking about when you say murder? The unwanted taking of life, like there's no outside.
What's your definition? What's your definition of murder?
Well, I would say murder would be like an unwanted taking of life, like somebody came up and did something that ceased your life. Okay. However, like let's say I had a girlfriend. I don't have a girlfriend right now. Steph, what are you doing? I don't have a girlfriend right now. Let's say I did. Okay. Give your husband a big hug and a medal. Okay. All right. Check this out. I'm kidding, Steph. I'm kidding. All right. Let's say I had a girlfriend, right? And I saw somebody attempting to rape her. Okay. Or trying to harm her. I might kill that motherfucker. I might kill that person and trying to get him.
That's not murder.
Okay, but I've taken a life, right? Some might consider that murder. I wouldn't. I would say murder is coming up and taking someone's life against their will for no good reason or anything like that. So I would consider that a murder. Now, does that mean I think that's okay? No, I don't think that's okay. All right, an unjustifiable murder. But, like, if I had to kill somebody to stop them from doing somebody else, that's technically taking a life. Maybe it's not under the definition of murder, but, like, so I'm just trying to...
If it's not a murder, why are you giving me an example? It's not a murder.
Because people have different ideas of what murder is, and I'm just saying, I could take somebody's life. Some might call that murder. I don't necessarily think I would, but that would be, like, taking someone's life would be appropriate because in defense of somebody else. But cold-blooded just taking somebody out, no, that's not okay.
But the fact that you have to do all this legwork to kind of justify
just because we've had this conversation so many times, we're talking about the same thing. That's all. I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
Okay, so that's not murder. We agree that's not murder.
Okay.
Anywhere in the place, that's
why I asked what you meant by murder. By the definition,
is murder okay anywhere in the world?
I don't think so.
Okay, so would you say objectively murder is wrong?
Not objectively. However, let me do this.
Okay, then show me a place where murder is okay.
Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. So, in relation to a goal, we can show that murder is objectively wrong. In relation to a goal.
Stop. I'm not interested. I want to know where murder is okay.
No, in relation
I want to know where murder is okay.
No, listen.
No, I don't want to listen. Give me the murder okay, and then I'll listen.
No, I'm telling you. If the goal is survival, murder is antithetical to that, right?
Can you show me where murder is okay, and then we'll move from there?
I'm
not stopping you from explaining me. Just tell me where murder is okay.
Unwanted taking of life, that's okay. Like
okay, so would you say objectively murder is wrong?
A person's walking on the street, and you go up and stab them to death. That's not okay.
That's not murder. Murder, we're talking about murder.
Right. If you go up on the
Tell
street
me
and
a
stab
place.
somebody to
Can you
death,
point
if
me
you go
to
up
a
and stab
place?
somebody to death on the street, that would be a murder, right?
Again, can you? So would you say that murder objectively is wrong?
To a goal, it can be considered objectively wrong, sure.
Okay,
But
give
not
me
like
a
just
place
object-
where
not
murder.
just-
Give
not
me a
just like-
situation where murder is okay.
No, I'm saying in relation to a goal. Murder
Okay,
would
then
be wrong.
give me a goal orientation where murder is okay.
Well, I don't know that murder is okay. I don't think you can justify just randomly taking somebody's life for no reason.
Yeah, Malak.
So then you were saying objectively across the board, murder is wrong.
Malak,
No.
hang on. Let me just interject real quick, because you guys are just really heated, right? So
I'm not heated. I'm just having a great time.
Okay, great time, awesome. So it comes from a stance that murder is wrong. Therefore, it is subjective. Hang on.
Hold on, one more thing. JC, I'm in my opinion, because we're my opinions here. Ben, do you need help? Do you need help defining murder?
Why can't you just listen to what I was saying?
No, because I want to respect also Ben's feelings here. Do you need help with JC helping you with murders?
JCC can say whatever.
I'm having a conversation with you, and
no,
I don't want to lose track of the conversation.
No. It's fine. He can join in. Like he's said cogent stuff. I'm cool.
Okay, all right. Go. So go ahead.
I'll
wait. You then JC so I can continue with Ben.
He's trying to help you understand.
No, it's not helping me because I'm talking to Ben, not to JC.
Yeah, but let him talk and he might understand.
Okay, he can talk.
Malak,
let me know when you're done. I'll be back.
Are you leaving?
Well, again, I'm talking to Ben. I don't want to lose the conversation with Ben.
I'm not going to lose where we're at. Wow, Malak, you are really disrespectful, and you're not an honest interlocutor. I was trying to facilitate something to help you guys progress, because you're hinging on objective, right? So now I'm upset because you're not allowing it, and whether you're listening to me or not, I'm doing this.
You sound heated.
I am heated.
You should wait until you're no longer heated.
No, I can be heated and have a good dialogue, right? So what I'm about to say, I hope all.
Well, I can be heated and have a good dialogue. Why are you stopping me from talking to Ben?
Well, I'm not stopping you from talking to Ben.
You said let me get into interact because you guys are heated. That's the only reason you interacted.
Hey, Mal, why can't you listen to somebody else's opinion for a couple seconds? Why?
It was my interpretation of how you were dialoguing, so I stand corrected. Malak, you're not heated. I stand corrected. I am heated for what you said. You were going to leave, right? So that's disrespectful of another human being sharing something that is relevant to the current conversation with the intent to help it progress. Whether or not you want to interpret me helping one person or the other, I'm helping the conversation as a whole, right? So when it comes to things that are subjective, they are stance mind dependent. So when it comes to murder, that doesn't stand alone. It requires a stance. It requires a mind. Now, it becomes an objective goal for that society to uphold that unjustified killing, i.e. murder, is wrong. It's not objective. It doesn't make it stand alone. It becomes an objective goal. The same as which when we play a board game. A board game does not exist unto itself. It requires a stance, a mind for it to exist. Now that it exists, there are rules and regulations that are subjective to the maker of the game. And then all those who intend to play the game according to these subjective rules of the game, it is the objective goal of these people to play the game according to these rules. Same as in which we apply to the subjective rules and laws and regulations where murder is wrong.
I'm hiring JCC as my spokesperson because that's exactly correct. Now, did you
Who decides that murder is wrong?
People.
Okay. Is that objectively across the board?
In relation to a goal, it can be an objective that murder is negative to our goal. It's objective that if we want to survive, murder will keep us from surviving. So it's subjective that murder would be bad to the goal. But it's still an opinion that murder is bad. Do you understand?
Wait, who decided murder's okay?
Who decided whose life is better than the other?
Mal thinks that he's better than everybody else.
No, I don't think so. I'm asking because.
Go ahead. That's a good question.
Well, I'm just because of what he's answering, I'm thinking like, okay, that means someone's life is more more valuable than the other. If you decided that way.
Well, okay, look, again, I'll try this one more time. I base my morals on relations to goals, right? If I'm trying to achieve a goal, how do I get there? What can I do to make it easier? What things can I avoid so it's not so hard? Okay? This is how you make morals. This is how we do it. Okay? It's just like how you make rules to a game. All right? And again, I suggest all morals are subjective because they're based on our mind. But a moral like do not murder can become an objective moral value in relation to wanting to survive. Yes, it's objectively correct that if you want to survive, being stabbed is bad for that. It's objective. Okay? That's black and white. It's antithetical to the goal of survival.
My goal
It's
is to
objective
survive.
that murder
Can I take your
general
property
in the
because
universe
your
is bad.
property allows me to survive? If you got food and I need food, can I remove you from the picture so I can survive?
Right. And again, this is the same thing you always go to. And again, I will tell you again, my moral system, and I don't know any moral system that does not prevent bad actors from acting in non-benevolent ways. Okay? And you can make up any excuse you want, all right, about, well, I needed it for my family or whatever. I just don't think you're a person.
I'm not a bad actor. I just want to survive.
Right, I
I'm not a bad actor for wanting to survive.
But again, it's not just I want to survive. It's also I want to have a quality of life while I'm surviving. Okay, I want to experience more.
My quality of life requires that you no longer exist.
Hold on.
Because I need your things.
Hold on. Let me finish. Okay, my goal is to live as long as possible. I don't know after this conversation, Mel. But I want to live as long as possible. I want to have as comfortable a life as possible. I want to do as much good, believe as many true things as possible, right? This is my goal, all right? If you have a different goal than that, fine. But
so why am I bad to have a different goal?
Right. But and I understand that. Again, my moral system doesn't prevent people from being jerks.
Oh, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you, why am I a bad actor? I'm asking about prevention.
If my goal is well-being and you want to kill me, that goes against my well-being. And you may not care about my well-being.
My goal is well-being as well.
Right, but you can achieve well-being without killing me.
You're depriving me of goods that I need because they're in your possession. Because they're in your possession. You're in your possession, and if you don't hand them over,
you don't have a job.
You're depriving me. You're depriving me of the things that I want.
Now, this is the same thing every time. And again, I'm telling you, if you're going to be a jerk and violate people's autonomy because that's just what you want to do.
I don't know what a jerk is because I'm being goal-oriented.
Now, let's try a different. Let's say I came to your house. Okay, I don't know where you live. I'm not coming to your house. But let's say I just came to your house and I was like, this Mal guy, he's a super Christian. I don't really consider Christians people. I'm just going to take all his stuff and his life and kick his cat, which I would never kick a cat. But if I did that to you, all right, and I was bigger than you and more powerful than you, and there was nothing you could do about it, I doubt you'd be standing there going, well, he's just bigger than me, so nothing really I can do about it. My violate, whatever, he's taking my wife and kicking my cat. But I'm just going to take it because I can't do nothing about it. You don't live like that, okay? I don't live like that. And for you to say, well, what if I just want to kick your butt all the time? Okay. But again, that's not realistic. You're just making up a stupid idea to try and
why is it wrong for you to
doing?
Why is it wrong for you to take my cat, take my wife, take my house? Why is it wrong? Why is it wrong?
Because it violates people's autonomy.
But why is that wrong?
Do you want your autonomy violated?
Well, why is that wrong from your perspective?
I asked you a question, Mal. Do you want your autonomy violated?
Why is that wrong from your perspective?
Do you want your autonomy violated? Yes
why is that wrong from your perspective?
You're going to answer the question, I'll answer your question.
Why is that wrong from your perspective?
Do you want your autonomy violated?
That doesn't answer the question. Why is it wrong from your perspective?
You can ask all the questions you want. I want you to answer. Do you want your autonomy violated?
I think we reached a question where you don't.
Because you know that you don't, and you understand
from your worldview, why is it wrong?
Oh my God, you're such an idiot.
How can you tell me that it's wrong for me if my goal is to acquire things to survive, and you're in possession of the things that I need? Why is it wrong for me to take them?
Because it violates people's autonomy.
But my goal is to survive.
I understand that. But just because you want to survive doesn't mean you can kill people for it, because it violates.
Why is that wrong? Why is that wrong?
How many times do I have to explain it to you, Mal? Do you want your autonomy violated? Yes or no? Right now? Yes or no?
Why is that wrong?
Oh, you suck. You can't even be honest. Do you want your autonomy violated?
Why is it wrong? You can't tell me why it's wrong.
You can't tell me if you want your autonomy violated. How hard is that? Because you know if you say, no, I don't want my
There's a lot of things I don't want. I don't want to pay taxes.
No, hold on.
There's a lot of things I don't want. A lot of things I don't want.
If you say yes, would that stand then to be okay?
I mean, for him, if he wants to, but hold on, real quick.
His autonomy to be violated, is that okay then at this point if he chooses?
If he wants to have his autonomy violated, great. I'm gonna come take all his shit and see how he likes it.
Okay, so.
But here's the thing, God, hold on, real quick. I just wanted to answer the question, and I want him to be honest. Do you honestly, would you care if somebody came and stabbed you in the back, let you bleed all over the place, and took all your stuff? Would you appreciate that?
I don't know about appreciating, but you can't tell me why that's wrong.
Oh my God! This sucks now that you can't even answer the question that you don't want your autonomy violated because you know what that means. You know that it defeats your thing.
I'll answer that question for you, real quick.
You want your autonomy violated?
Do you remember what I said yesterday about the student loans?
Yes, vaguely.
Okay.
Yeah, you got a bunch of student loans. Yep, I remember.
Yeah. Okay. So I got $1 gajillion in student loans is enough to impact my life. Okay. They're 25 years. I signed on to these bad boys for 25 years. If someone outlined to me biblical slavery in the way that it is described in the Bible with the protections given in exactly the verses you cited and said, would you like to do this for 7 years with guaranteed freedom at the end of 7 years and all of your student loans will be erased and you can start your life fresh? You know what I would have said? Violate my autonomy.
Well, I wouldn't. But see, here's the thing.
So that's the answer to your question.
But that's your choice.
Beautiful. But when you're asking Malak, every day that Malak goes to work, he's violating his autonomy. Every day that he gets in a car and sits at a stoplight, his autonomy is being violated. Every day that he wants to drive 60 miles an hour and he can only drive 30, his autonomy is being violated. This is none of... Okay, you can't disagree with any of this because these are facts.
I'll tell you why.
Ben, wait, okay. The question you're trying to corner him on, it's not that he doesn't want to answer it, man. It's like your definition of autonomy is so inconsistent. Like, again, my kids hate having their diapers changed. When I change diapers, I'm violating their autonomy.
No,
they don't want it. They would rather sit in their poop. Not only am I violating their autonomy.
When I say autonomy, I mean like liberty of property to force of fraud. That's what I mean.
Okay, I'm sorry. You're going to have to...
Force of fraud. Like, if I come at you and aggress you and violate your autonomy through force and fraud, I am acting immoral because I'm doing something against your will. Okay, if you're like, hey, I'll be a slave for 7 years to get rid of my student loans, that's a choice you made. I signed a contract that said I'm property of the U.S. government and they can do what they want with me. I volunteered to do that. Was my autonomy violated? No, because I volunteered for it. That's the difference. A slave doesn't have a choice to be a slave.
Okay, so here's where you're wrong. If we're coming full circle to the original question, which was how could a good God have regulations for slavery rather than banning it outright? You just answered your own question because a lot of these people were saying, please let me work for you for 7 years so that I can be freed and then I will start my life over. It's like, do you know what woofing is?
Male Jews.
Hold on.
Only for male Jews, though.
Hold on. Calm down. Hold on. I've heard your argument. I'm trying
to address that it was only for male Jews and not for everyone?
In Exodus, the year of Jubilee applied to Jews. Okay, I get it. Then we tried to go into the one of Leviticus. Okay, Ben. When people are talking to you and you just jump all over the place, it's really difficult. It's not because I'm a bad communicator. It's because I can't even hear myself think. Okay. So if we have an instance do you know what woofing is? Do you know anyone who does any woofing? It's like the Worldwide Organization of Organic Farming. The idea is you go and you become a indentured servant in exchange for getting your loans wiped out, getting your bills paid for, you are going to work at a farm, and you can do this for a certain amount of time. Who else does this? The Peace Corps. If you join the Peace Corps, you're like it. So there are lots of instances where people are doing this now. In the that is more analogous to biblical, what you're calling slavery, what's been rendered in the Bible as slaves.
Leviticus 25, 44 through 46 says the exact opposite of that. It's not indentured servitude.
Hold on. Okay. Leviticus is talking about, I hear you. Leviticus is talking about the thing with the nations around them, both near and far, the land that God gave them, and the punishment that was being given to the people of that nation who were, again, enjoying raping babies. So again, like, Ben, you have been unable to produce.
That's not a good enough answer.
That doesn't apply. It doesn't apply, though. Ben.
That doesn't absolve God, though.
Hold on.
What you said does not absolve God.
Okay. So here's where we are at this point in the conversation, okay? You have been thoroughly explained to patiently and carefully for hours about what the context of biblical slavery is. We have examined all sorts of... Hold on, Ben.
I disagree with the explanation, though.
Okay. And you can go. I'm sure you're going to leave. All right, here's where I am with this. We have been through this for hours. It has been explained to him the context, and since last night, we are now at like hour 24 of this. It has been explained to him exactly what's going on in ancient Near Eastern cultures. It has been websites have been put in front of him that he can look at. Modern day examples are being provided of, well, what about this? What about that? There is constantly, like, he just asked us, or Malak, and answered, would you want your autonomy violated? I gave an example of, yes, I would want my autonomy violated. And I'll tell you another. When I drive to work every day, I don't want to hit any red lights. Again, at the red light, my autonomy is being violated, but I am volunteering for this for the betterment of the nation. This is identical to what is happening in ancient culture. Like, I can't. All right. All of that has been explained. So what we have come to, Ben, is that, and he did leave, but his idea here, okay, is that his feelings are violated by certain types of what feels wrong. So killing Jews in Germany feels wrong, but not by his criteria. He doesn't like it today in 2025. But by his criteria, if he were a man who was 20 years old in 1935, he would have been gassing Jews. Because his criteria is they have to have personhood, they have to have rights to autonomy, the government has to have granted them rights to autonomy, and they have to deserve autonomy. So ask any 20-year-old in 1935 if any of those things applied to Jews, and they would have said no. They're not people, the government hates them, they're dirty, they're bringing down our nation, they're a danger, let's gas them. So by his own criteria, he would have been the first person to hit the gas button chamber. I don't know. It's just, I can't, good Lord. What do you do with people like that? It's one thing to come up here and say, well, I disagree. Like Dr. Josh Bowen will come in and say, here's what I know about ancient Near Eastern cultures, which is a ridiculous amount of information. And so I'm going to explain why I don't think the Bible is outlining the type of slavery, and he'll give this whole thing, and we come to a disagreement, okay? It's like when you are being shown the inconsistency within your own system, and then you're just like, no, I just don't agree. I don't agree that a stoplight is violating your autonomy. Okay, well, we've hit the end. I'm sorry, Malak, I took away your plaything. I couldn't take it in.
I'm good. You know I don't even like talking to atheists.
Ugh.
And not only that, Steph, isn't there a law where in Canada, like, you can basically ask for your life to be taken if you choose to? And so, by his definition, what is happening in Canada shouldn't be wrong, right? And so, like, trying to force his definition on you, he should already ask the Canada president if that was okay for the autonomy of that person. Should it be, like, taken because they somewhat chose to feel like that is unfit for them to live, right? And so it makes no sense. I mean, he just goes everywhere.
Yeah, man, I don't mind disagreeing with people. I like disagreeing with people. But at a certain point, it's like, this is lunacy. This right here is lunacy. I don't know how many more times Malak can tell you that this is just lunacy. And last night when that same exact conversation happened, Kratos, got him to, this is completely based on your feelings in about 20 minutes.
Tell us
And he
something
immediately
we don't
conceded,
know
yep,
about you,
this
Steph.
is based on my feelings. What?
Tell us something we don't know about you.
About me?
That you like arguing.
I do like
Pastor Sam down to say the same thing. Like he was, that's why I said that.
Yeah.
Wait, Ben was in Sam's room?
Yeah, he was in the room, and I was in the audience, and Sam was just like Sam was like, he was taking him to a premise, and then at the end he just kind of like crashed and burned. So then I jumped in and tried to, walk him through the premise that Pastor Sam did, which is the same thing. Like, and I same thing I told him today. Tell me why it's wrong for me to, if my goal is to survive, why is that wrong for me to take your things? Because you're saying that goal orientation is what, make things right.
Right, and this was another example I gave last night, was like, let's say you're in a post-apocalyptic world and you are in need of food, and there's a young mother with 2 babies next to you and she's in need of food, and she has food, just enough to feed her and her 2 babies. By his system, you can say, we're in a post-apocalyptic world, and I am a much better use to society than this woman and her 2 babies. She's not as strong as me. She's got 2 mouths to feed that aren't helpful. I'm just going to take her food. I'm going to take her food, and her kids are going to starve. I'm going to take the lifeboat off the Titanic. It's like that. Have you never done a thought experiment to think about, does it feel icky, the idea of stealing food from children, or does it not? Because my moral system says that I should steal food from children because that would be the betterment for society. I'm much more valuable than children.
That's why I asked them, who decides whose life is more valuable?
But I would very much hope that he would say, well, it does feel icky to take food from women and children. It did feel icky when you watch the Titanic and the guys are pushing the women aside to get to the lifeboat. That does feel icky. It's like C.S. Lewis points out, there has never been a culture ever on record that has revered cowardice. It has never been a thing that we applaud. Ooh, you fled from the war. Ooh, you pushed a child out of your way. There are people who do cowardly things that are justified, but never has a nation celebrated cowardice. But his moral system says exactly the opposite. It says that cowardice can be celebrated as long as it's for the betterment of society. So why wouldn't more people celebrate the cowardice it would take to push a woman off the lifeboat in the Titanic? There's a reason. It's because your morality, thank God, doesn't come from you. You're just not aware of it. You're not aware of why those things feel icky, but they do. Ugh. Andrew, if I let you up here, are you going to turn it into an Andrew room?
Full disclosure, I knew JC was gonna get upset. I said that. So
Wait, when you said what?
people didn't got when I said I asked Ben if he needed help.
Oh. Well, James is very easy to upset. It's a very quick trigger he's got to go in like 0 to 1.
I mean, he said I was acting emotional. Okay, that's what emotional looks like. Because if I was missing it because I was acting emotional, well, JC was missing it out more because he was going to be emotional.
I cannot believe that man is 58 years old. I thought he was a child. I thought he would, he just...
Why do you think he was a child? What?
Well, he has a mature voice, but I thought this level of outrage is like something you see in teenagers. I was feeling like I was dealing with maybe like a 22, 23-year-old kid who's just like still figuring out what the
man of God.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like I hate God on the weekends, Ooh, that's a good argument. I can't believe he's 58 and the best he can come up with is whatever he said today. That was wild. That was wild to me, the whole thing.
But I think the diaper one was really funny.
Yeah. Well, you know what's funny is my best friend, we have kids that are the same age, and she was reading this thing on gentle parenting. She's all into gentle parenting. And she said she has 3 girls. And she told one of her daughters to give her father a hug. And her daughter said, no, I don't want to give Papa a hug. And she said, oh, that's fine. That's fine. You don't have to give Papa a hug. And I was like, what the heck? What do you mean she doesn't have to give Papa a hug? And she said, well, I don't want to violate her bodily autonomy. If she says no, it should mean no. And I'm like, okay, I get that. But every time you change her diaper, you're violating her bodily autonomy. And I saw the color just drain from her face. Like, and you're touching her in a place that, like, life doesn't work this way. Tell her to go hug her grandpa, suck it up. Maybe I'm mean, I don't know.
No,
I get the idea, but it's like, that's not how
that's a sociological argument because the opposite is true. Like we know that the reason kids hide at that age to poop in their diaper is because, and then they get upset because this is a sense of, this is mine. This poop is mine. You can't tell me what I'm doing with my poop.
Exactly.
And so the very fact that you're jumping in there and intervening in their poop laying skills, or dropping poop, you're violating. You are messing up with their
That's
independence.
Right. Yes, and they don't want to take time out of their day, and they don't want to they don't want to have you touch them. They don't like the feeling of the wet wipe, like the whole thing. You are, every time that you care for your child in this way, you are 100% violating their autonomy. No regrets. I'm not sorry. This is crazy. What did you say, Connie? I hate that our children are competing in a world where many countries pay for their children to go to school. I'm praying that all school debt will be forgiven. But yeah, that'd be nice, but it would be very bad for the economy, so I don't think we should do that. I don't understand stuff they come to get witness to, and then they get so upset when they leave, but then they come back the next day. Yeah, he'll totally be back. I mean, I didn't remove him from the room. I just put him in the audience, so. It's Connie, I think it's telling. It's exactly what you said earlier. Like, why do they come in here? It's because they have their reward when they do this. Their earthly reward is that he now gets to walk around and say, "Oh, I conquered all the Christians today. They're so dumb." And that is like the highlight of his day. That he got to be so dominant over Christians or whatever. It's kind of okay. Well, if that's what does it for you, I guess have fun. And that's what's sad is, like, everybody can relate to the idea, like, when you win an argument or when you're right and you know it and the other person realizes you're right, that's a very addictive feeling. I love that feeling. Not that it happens to me all the time, but if I can, like, convince somebody of my position or best someone in an argument, I walk away being like, oh, I'm so smart. And when you get addicted to that feeling, you really lose sight of what's actually going on. That guy, like, that's what he was living for today, was that exact feeling. And it's a very shallow thrill.
He was coming for his hit of dopamine.
Yeah, exactly.
And my life is not as well as I wanted. So let me get validation from the Christians.
Yeah. Not just from the Christians, from being, like, just absolutely, what's the word I'm looking for? Obnoxious, like, completely. And it's like, buddy, like yesterday I was like, do you know what? I said something about A&E, slavery and A&E cultures. And he's like, what's A&E? And I was like, oh, wow, okay. You should definitely go look this up before we have this conversation.
Yeah, so you notice that nowhere does it say in Scripture like the Jews are not told to go out and get some slaves. Never really told, go get them. You need slaves, go get them. That's never told that.
Well, in fact, isn't it forbidden for them to capture anybody? Yeah.
Yeah, being a foreigner, even if it's a foreigner or an Israelite, they can't do that. As they can have captives of war, and eventually those can become slaves.
But even that was mostly women, right? Because the
Mostly
men died in war, mostly women and children. So it's actually like an act of mercy from God, because those women were otherwise, they had no sustenance after their, you know.
And they got incorporated, if they chose to marry within the Israelites, they got incorporated into Israelites, and they got full benefits of everything under the law.
Right.
It's also
They're allowed to say no.
right. Yeah. Well, they could go wander the desert, I guess. It's also just really frustrating that people don't understand that we live in like a post-cotton gin era. Like we live in 2025 where we have the printing press and the cotton gin and the internet and like pesticides and antibiotics and all these things that like it's also these cultures didn't develop a system of slavery because they were just bad people. Right? And I feel like that's the way in a post-chattel slavery America, we're like, any culture that had slaves was horrific. And you know, slavery is bad. This is not how God designed us, right? But it's like this is how any stable nation develops. Is that there are laborers and there are people overseeing labor. Now it says a lot, how you treat your slaves says a lot about your culture and a lot about your nation. But it is not feasible to say go and develop and be a stable nation without slaves. Where did that happen? I want a name of like any nation that did that. Who's building infrastructure without slaves? Who in the ancient world, right? As these nations are coming to.
And when people say it's a European concept, I don't think they've ever heard of the Aztecs or the Mayas. Like that was like
for the freaking Muslims.
A well-developed system of slavery. To the point they would just have slaves to sacrifice. Right, I'm here for my daily collection of people. You know, we need 5,000. Round them up. Sacrifice 5,000 today.
Yeah, but it's interesting because by the time Cortez got there, he was like, "You're doing what? you're taking how many young women and throwing them in your pit? You're doing this other Aztec nation over here has been in the process of rebellion for 30 years, and we're just gonna arm those guys. We're just gonna go ahead and even this up."
He was able to round up 3,000 soldiers, and only 500 of them were Spanish. The rest were just Native Americans.
Well, because they were in the middle of an active revolt. What, Luke?
Talk about Charlie Kirk yet?
Ooh, did he die?
I don't know, but he got shot. It was pretty.
Oh yeah, I've been refreshing the news.
Who's that?
Who's gonna make it?
Who got
Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk? Who the heck is that?
He is Turning Point USA. Conservative commentator who does a lot of college stuff.
Shoot, I haven't heard talk radio in a long time.
No, he's not. He's like YouTube. He's more. Is he officially affiliated with the Daily Wire? He's like one of those.
He's a guest.
Okay, yeah.
He disagrees with Shapiro.
Oh, okay. Oh, he's only 31 years old.
Yeah.
That's sad.
You know what would make that news more tragic was Charlie Kirk saved by immigrant.
Yeah. This is terrible. I heard the footage is really, really, really nasty. I will not be watching it.
Did you guys see the story about that Ukrainian girl that came here to escape the war? She got killed by somebody on a train in New York.
No.
Yeah. The guy sitting right behind her just opens up a knife and goes bam and starts stabbing her.
She gets off of work.
It's on camera.
And she's like she's on her iPhone, and had the earpods, and the guy just gets up and gets stabbed in the neck repeatedly.
On a train, on the subway.
Yeah, on the subway.
Yeah, on the subway.
And there's people around, and people are like oblivious.
Well, some people did see her. Like, they just didn't help. They were right there and just ignored her, basically, which was sad.
This world is broken, man. It's funny, whenever people come in and ask, like, how can a good God exist if the world is like this? It's like, how could people be this evil if the Bible wasn't true? There's no explanation for this level of horror.
You just tell them barbers will not exist because people with long hair exist.
That's right. Good point. I wonder if Nate's ever going to come back. Like, ever. His own, like, tomorrow or the next day. He might be done. The funniest part of that conversation with Grant was with Nate in the first 6 minutes. Nate was just like, I'm trying to help you not be an idiot.
Did Papa tell you what the problem was?
What problem? Oh, yeah, he did. Okay. He said, on record, that you removed him from a room for saying you weren't a Calvinist. It was quite unfair. And he saw an opportunity to exact his revenge, and now you are even. That is what he said.
I removed him from my room.
He did say, like, I mentioned that, and he's like, yeah, I know.
And so, yeah, I said free grace theology is essentially not Calvinism. Because free grace are the ones who are against Calvinism.
Oh, wait, okay, Charlie Kirk did survive did survive the trip to the hospital. He's in critical condition. But he made it to the hospital. Okay, there's the update there.
It's good.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, so I'm making the point that most of the best anti-Calvinist material out there is written by the free graces. The free graces dominate that area. And so to say that free grace is Calvinism, it's like, yeah. And then he wouldn't listen to that. And I'm like, oh well, I'm not here to argue with you. I'm done. Bye.
You are a little quick with the boot.
I am. He was forewarned. It wasn't like out of nowhere.
Any more questions today? Morpheus, I haven't seen you before, I don't think. You're welcome to come up here. Oh, no, I do know you. We're friends. Okay, sorry if I'm misremembering. Kills freedom of speech, that's right. God made the system. We don't blame the programs. We blame the programmer. Well, okay. In the Christian worldview, that's not quite accurate. We could talk about that more if you wanted. We do blame the programs. Because in the analogy, the humans or the programs are have decided to go rogue. So it's not quite a clean analogy.
So, that's the one of the guys holding you guys up that late on Ask a Christian, because it was like 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock my time.
Oh, yeah. No, we were still going after that.
Hey, everybody, did we decide that Nazis are good guys?
Well, yeah, under Bent's systematic, yes, Nazis are the good guys. Because they acted in the public
I'm
good,
just checking.
according to
Sounds like
public
he's a
opinion.
big Nick Fuentes fan.
Yeah, something like that.
Stalin was the Messiah. What's the Korean guy called?
The creator of what?
The Korean guy.
Kim Jong-un?
He's the second coming of his dad.
Oh, yeah, you're talking about the mother goddess cult, or
I could ask my sister-in-law about that.
No, the North Korean guy.
Yeah, Kim
The North
Jong-un.
Korean guy. Yeah, like he's worse than his dad.
You're talking about. There's like a big.
I want to hear about a mother goddess cult.
Yeah, there's like a huge cult in South Korea that's like this dude, and then he croaked, but then his wife was considered the Holy Spirit. She's still alive.
Oh, I do know what you're talking about. I was very sure that I wasn't going to know, but I do know. That's
I don't know. Chie knows the name of it, but it's in Korean, so it's not super.
Chris, are you watching the news on Charlie Kirk?
I haven't seen anything. Like, I've been checking news sources, and all I'm getting is conflicting reports, and essentially Daily Wire is just saying that we don't know anything at this point.
NBC News, was it NBC? Wait, I just refreshed it, and now I lost it. I saw it's AP. AP News has reported that he did make it to the hospital and was in critical condition. So he did not die on site, at least. And the last update on that was 30 minutes ago.
Yikes.
I've not watched the video, but people were saying in the chat here that it was like bloody.
No, what was he doing? Like, was he was in the middle of a speech? He was doing the
No,
table
have
talk
you ever seen? Yeah, the table talk. Yeah.
at a campus, on the street.
Yeah, Utah Valley University.
It was a Mormon.
I mean, usually Mormons are kind of conservative.
What? They elected Mitt Romney. What are you talking about?
Like, I was kind of conservative.
Yeah, your idea of conservative is like a red state liberal.
Listen, if you look around at the options, and every option is poo, but one is like poo with rainbow sprinkles on it, you're kind of like, well, I guess that's the one I have to go with. Not every state is Florida.
Blue Blood?
No.
You ever seen that show?
No.
It's about police officers. Like a conservative commissioner. That's how you know that it's a make-believe show. Because we're in New York.
Oh, I see. Wait, it's not Brooklyn Nine-Nine? They just had the show.
No, about Blue Blood. What was his
Serious,
name?
or is it a comedy?
No, it's a drama. Is it Tom Selleck?
Oh, let me look this up.
The guy with the mustache? What's his name?
Sounds like Tom Selleck. Oh, yeah, that is Tom Selleck, right? It's a drama?
It's a good show. It's a really good show, actually. Family values, they do big rally, but it's okay. It's make-believe.
You know, my favorite kind of conservative on TV, though, is Ron Swanson. He's a libertarian, but love me some Ron
I like Tim Allen.
My favorite is Mole.
Mole.
That's right.
Mole's back, Chris.
Didn't I tell you, Steph? These fucking crazy left-wingers are nuts.
Mole, watch your mouth. But I know. Okay, Chad and I were trying to remember, when was the last conservative shooting? Public shooting. Like, I think they might say, like, Pulse nightclub, but wasn't it actually a Muslim?
It was a Muzzy.
Yeah, like that. They were painting that as like an anti-gay conservative thing, but it was anti-gay Muslim.
Think of that. I was watching them write the articles because the people who took point on that are my client, and so like I walked into the editor's office maybe the 2 days after or the day after, I don't remember. Just like, yeah, wow, this is gonna be tough. Like, well, let me guess. Your article is going to be about conservatives and gun control. And she just looked at me like I had 3 heads, and she was halfway through with her article, and she was like, well, how did you know that? And I'm like, because it's what all the left-wing writers are doing. You're all doing the exact same thing, and I'm not saying you've read anything from anybody. I'm just saying that you guys are all programmed that exact same way. And she just looked at me, and she's like, you can pretty much just tell me everything I'm going to write, can't you? And I'm like, yeah, I sure can. She didn't like that very much, but she had to pause and think about it. She's like, am I that predictable? And I'm like, yeah, you're not having original thoughts, are you? Probably something.
Did they ever call you back?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's the one who got me the job. She's a friend of mine. I mean, I could talk.
That's funny, Chris. Morpheus, you said maybe there is no, I'm sorry, I'm way behind. Maybe there is no programmer and that's why this is somewhat messed up. Well, how did the system get there without a programmer? I'm enjoying this analogy.
Hey, what? So Morpheus trying to do something that we're in the Matrix or something?
No, I don't think so. Morpheus is a fellow in the audience who I have not run into before, but he's just sort of dropping some thoughtful comments in the chat, so I'm reading them and responding to them every 6 months. I do not know Morpheus's position.
So, So was the other guy able to convince Malak that the Jews just had it coming in Nazi Germany, or what?
Did he? Did he convince you of that, Malak?
I don't know, dude. How did he do? How did he do on a scale of 1 to 10, scale of like joining the Nazi party in one, hot? Like how far did he?
That's so funny, Daniel. Didn't I ask exactly that same question at the end of the night last night? I asked Daniel on a scale of 1 to 10, where 10 is, boy, we really have something to think about, and our entire worldviews have been thrown upside down, and 0 is like, that was absolute trash, and I want my life back. Daniel gave him a solid 5. I'm going to say today he had a 3. That was a 3.
Yeah, I think we just picked up where we left from Pastor Samberg, where he couldn't tell me why, me taking stuff is wrong.
So you're telling me that you're not going to let Hugo Boss fit you for a uniform?
I'm not. No, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
I'm not, but no, I'm not. I'm not at all. But he did a really compelling argument for this is all opinions. I did like his we're all opinions argument. I was convinced. You got opinions, I got opinions, we all got opinions.
This is the hard thing. See, when I hear about the ethics thing, right, it's like one of the arguments that I do find somewhat interesting is the idea that like humans evolved some level of altruism. So we do have a subjective morality or an objective morality, but it's based entirely on survival of the species. So even if the desire is there to rape somebody, most people won't be raping because we don't want our own children. Like, I don't know. I find something interesting there. That's not even the argument he was making.
The argument he was literally making, as he said, I mean, last night he was calling it my fifis with Kratos. He's like, my fifis don't like it, my feelings. It's like, okay, so say that. Say that you have absolutely nothing to base this on. You're just walking around in your feelings. And that if somebody has opposite feelings of you, they could be right. That's it. We're done. We don't need to suffer for 4 hours on this. You have fifis, we have fifis.
Yeah, but whether or not, like, someone's feelings, like, it makes me feel good to inflict harm upon you does not make it justified. It doesn't give them the right to break the autonomy that the other individual has that does not want them to inflict harm upon them, right?
But according to
You see the
what?
difference?
I see what you're saying. When you say it does not justify.
According to both individuals, the same would follow for that other individual, unless they're sick, right? Would they want to be stabbed in the same manner that they want to stab the other person?
All right, James, I'm going to give you an example that I tried to give.
No, just answer that question.
I didn't pay. I'm sorry. Could you reword it, or could you say it again?
So the person's holding. It makes me feel good that I get to stab you, right?
Yeah.
So will they be okay with being stabbed too?
I don't know.
I'm not okay by paying taxes. Should I not pay taxes? Because I'm not okay.
Oh my goodness. So your taxes are not inflicting, breaking my autonomy, are they? So
no, for me, I owe $80,000 to the government right now.
It's not analogous. It's not analogous.
No, I'm sorry, James.
It's not analogous to being stabbed. Can we stay on topic? Oh my God.
Yes, I cracked a joke. I said I owe $80,000 to the government. It actually is harming my autonomy right now. So that is that. Someone help me with that, by the way. If there are any accountants or attorneys in here, I'd love that.
I mean, the burden was so big that America exists because of paying taxes, right?
That's true, and it was only 2%. Now we're paying 35%, like it's no big deal. But that's offset. James, what if imagine that we're in an apocalyptic scenario where there's limited food, okay, and you are sitting you're hungry, you're sitting next to a woman with 2 young children, and she's hungry, and she has 2 little kids, and she's got food. You're a man, you're more useful in a post-apocalyptic situation, you are taller and stronger, and can probably go longer without sleep, and can do more, and you're faster. Do you take her food from her and the kids?
No, I don't.
There's no reason to say that you don't.
I just gave my valid. I don't, because those children need it just as much as I do, right?
But they're useless to society. The betterment of society is that you live in the kids'
Okay, you don't have to take my answer. It's fine. Great. You don't take it. Great. You don't like it.
Well, I appreciate that you're a good person and you wouldn't.
However, that is my answer. And don't tell me, no, I don't. That's where I got to go anyway. But anyway, you guys have a fun time.
Okay. I mean, I actually think James is a good guy. I don't think he would take the food either. But it's like, the fact that you immediately say, no, I wouldn't, means that you buy into objective morality.
Crazy. Emotions.
How's that example, Chris? I just made it up. I don't know where that falls in this picture. Yeah, okay.
It's not bad. I mean,
because I was trying to think of a situation where it's like, look, there is no actual benefit to doing the right thing. There is no benefit to letting the children live except that you don't feel like an awful person. That's the only benefit there.
Yeah. Heck, there's downsides. You gotta feed the suckers.
Yeah. In a post-apocalyptic society, like in the immediate future, children are an enormous liability. Like you're not gonna like sacrifice the men to feed the children, because without the men, this is ridiculous. But do you see what I mean? Like there's no reason to keep women and children alive.
Make it even worse. Do you know this movie?
No, I don't watch movies. You know that.
Well, so I've never seen this movie. The premise of the movie is there's these aliens that come to Earth, and if you make a sound, that they come in and swoop in and kill you instantly. And so, the Earth goes into apocalypse and it's called The Quiet Place.
Quiet Place, right? I wonder what's that from.
Which these aliens actually make no sense, because then I would just spin up a rock band playing all the time and just overwhelm their senses. But,
What? The idea that aliens can only attack when it's loud? Or they can't
No,
attack when it's allowed?
No, they can attack any time, but the way that they're blind, so the way they find you is they find you by sound.
Oh yeah, my house is such utter chaos. We'd be super safe. Like they have no idea what's going on over here.
Did you guys see
I
the?
know, we
Yeah.
know.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. We know about Charlie.
Well, we did hear that the last update that we got was from AP, and it says that he made it to the hospital. He was alive on arrival to the hospital. So that's better than it could be.
Jeez, this is a really graphic video.
Yeah, I'm not watching it.
I'm not watching it.
I heard there was a huge amount of blood, and he just collapsed. Like he was.
We don't know that he's dead. No one has reported that he's dead.
Yeah, everybody's been saying that for the past hour. But like an hour ago, everybody was like, "He's dead. We saw the video. He's dead. The word is out. He's dead." But 10 minutes ago, AP is saying he arrived alive at the hospital. So. What is this? Twitter? What's FX Twitter?
Well, you guys have been talking for quite a few hours. I'm wondering if I could just read a few of my Bible flashcards for 60 seconds of your precious Clubhouse 10-hour day.
Yeah, but hold on a second, John. What is disclose.tv? I'm so into this. I don't know what this is. Disclose.tv? I'm buying whatever they're selling right now. Okay, yeah, go ahead, John. 60 seconds is good.
My health may fail and my spirit may grow weak, but God remains the strength. Hold on one sec. I'm about to cry.
Hello, Ocean. How are you?
Hello, I'm fine. Where's Nate?
What? We're not good enough?
No, it's just like I think he's a cool guy.
We're cool.
Yeah.
What did you want to ask Nate today? Maybe we can help. By the way, Ocean, I have not heard No Homo since roughly 2007. That was great. That was a great nostalgic.
We've updated to no Diddy.
All right.
No homo, no hetero.
So both. I mean, I still say no homo.
That's crazy. I was standing in my high school the last time I heard that phrase. Okay, Ocean, take it away. What's up? What's on your mind?
I lost my job, so
I'm sorry. That stinks.
that's cool. But I will find another job, inshallah.
What do you do?
I sell books. I write books.
Oh.
And I print. Yes, I work in a printer and then but also I write, so.
You're an author or you're an editor?
I'm an author. I'm a writer.
He's a gay Muslim in Mecca.
No, I don't want to talk to this Zionist dude.
Right, what did John do?
Oh, I support Israel. I don't support the terrorists, so yeah, he doesn't like
How do
me.
you know he's what? Do you know Ocean?
Yeah, he's got a couple accounts.
Oh. You have a history with him, Ocean?
Yeah, I think that he likes to troll people.
That is true, John. He's accurate. He's right about that.
Yeah, but I also like, to read books. And this guy supposedly is in the book business like he says he is. I very much doubt it.
I'm no longer in books business. Like, we don't have alcohol, but if we had, like, I would be drunk.
What? Why?
Like, aren't you supposed to be drunk after, like, losing your job?
Oh. Well, I mean, I don't, but I guess some people do.
Some people just eat pancakes.
Yeah, ice cream. Chocolate.
Oh, yeah, ice cream. I'm going to order some ice cream.
Breaking news, President Trump said Charlie Kirk is dead. Really? Where'd you see that, Connie?
Is that like a real statement? Oh, like a lot of facts he doesn't know.
Where'd you hear it, Connie?
It's on NBC News. It's on live news. President Trump just spoke. He's passed away.
Oh, you're right. NBC has Trump says Charlie Kirk is dead after being shot. Oh, wow.
I know, it's hard. It's just unbelievable.
Oh, that's horrible.
I mean,
Is it confirmed that he passed away?
What?
Is it confirmed that he passed away?
Yes. Our kids can't even go to school.
All these right-wing MAGA people, they're so dangerous, right? Not these liberals with their purple hair and their trans ideology. They're not dangerous.
It's everybody. Everybody's complicit.
No, it's not everybody, madam. I hate to break the bad news to you. It's not everybody. It's these left job wackos. They're the ones who constantly in human history cause problems.
Oh, I don't know about that. People were shooting at Martin Luther King and
Yeah.
JFK. Probably not.
Yeah, you see Charlie Kirk got his neck blown?
He died. Yeah, did you see that in fucking Patty's room they're having a fucking celebration party?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Sick.
Yeah, they're just saying,
You guys know that Martin Luther King's mom was murdered by his original?
I just found that out.
horrific death, and then they start screaming, fucking cackling about like a bunch of goddamn hyenas.
Yikes.
Fucking piece of shits.
I can't believe
I
it.
told him, I said, you want to wish death upon somebody, why don't we start wishing it on everybody, fucking piece of shits.
I mean,
fucking scumbags. Like, dude, if Biden were to get fucking shot right now, I would fucking cry my eyes out just like I did for Charlie. I would never wish death upon somebody. You know, especially over fucking political shit. Fucking assholes, man. But yeah, if you want to live stream, hopefully they say some illegal shit. A bunch of them go to fucking federal prison. Hopefully they say some shit about, you know, I hope Donald Trump dies. You know, I sent you a link, all right, buddy?
yeah, I got the link. All right, God bless. Talk to you soon. Bye.
See you, Bill, bud. Later.
Thanks, but for me personally, that's just a jarring thing to watch. But that's just my personal.
Did you see the up close footage? It was a pretty heinous.
Yeah, that was wild.
That was wild. He was out of here.
All right, so hey, Black Freedom.